check. Can anybody hear my voice? I just checked sound. Maybe somebody can answer me. Can you hear my voice now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear your voice.
Okay. The sound is okay. We are waiting for Dr. Sajat enter the Zoom. So I think we will wait for a moment. Thank you.
Not very clear from Karachi, not very clear. Please, committee, kindly check. It's not clear from my place. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I can hear you clearly.
Not very clear from Karachi, not very clear.
Okay, I will try again. We are waiting for Dr. Sajat enter the Zoom meeting. So we will wait for a moment, okay? Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead. Dr. Sajat, are you here with us right now? Okay, Bapak Jumpunchoro, can you hear my voice now?
Yes, but if you kindly raise the voice, it's much better. I already, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
put on a no. Camera क्या ठीक है नालो चेंज क्यों होता Yes. Hello. Hello.
Speaker check two.
Yes, Dr. Sajjad, you are audible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Yas.
Thank you so much.
Direct लगला.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. बड़ी स्क्रीन नहीं आएगी जब मैं बात करूंगा तो स्क्रीन आ जाएगी ना हाँ बड़ी आएगी ना Assalamu alaikum, all the participants, worthy keynote speakers and faculty members throughout the globe. I, Dr. Sajjad Ali Mangi, on the behalf of ICE Student Chapter, Department of Civil Engineering, Mehran University of Engineering Technology, Shaheed Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur, Miras, I would like to welcome all the participants, faculty members and students in this 2 days virtual conference. So we start with the great name of Allah. I would like to recite the few verses of Holy Quran. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim ghayril maghdubi alayhim ad-dallin. Amin. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Now I would like to request Professor Dr. Abdul Sami Qureshi for the opening speech. Actually, he is not feeling well, so I just play his voice.
A very good morning to all. I am Professor Dr. Abdul Sami Qureshi, Vice Chancellor, Mehran University of Engineering and Technology, Shaheed Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur, Mirs. Would like to welcome all the worthy keynote speakers, faculty members, and students in this virtual mode of conference. This conference aims to provide a platform for young researchers, engineers, especially Dr. Sajad Mangi, the conference chair, and International Scientific Committee for their time and support. We would like to thank all authors who have submitted their papers to make this conference possible. Our sincere thanks go to the members of conference team along with the ICE student chapter for their tireless efforts and continuous support. Thank you very much and have a nice day and a very informative conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Abdul Sami Qureshi, worthy Pro Vice Chancellor of the Mehran University, Shaykh Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, University of Engineering, Science and Technology. Now, on the behalf of conference committees of Second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference, we privileged to welcome you physically for this conference at Khairpur, but due to COVID-19 situation, pandemic situations, we understand that it is very difficult for many to travel and attend this conference physically. Therefore, this conference is being organized by ICE Student Chapter, Department of Civil Engineering, Mehran University of Engineering and Technology, Shaykh Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur, Miras, Pakistan, in a virtual mode, in which online participation from different countries of the world. This conference aims to provide a platform for the young researchers, engineers, scientists, and academicians, as well as for the international professionals and undergraduate students at the universities to share and exchange the knowledge and discuss the findings and challenges in their respective field of knowledge. The theme of this 2 days conference is social engineering and environmental issues of the global world. This online international conference on social engineering and environmental issues brings together leading academicians, researchers, and academic practitioners contributing to the global world on engineering, technology, and innovation. In this conference, 17 keynote speakers and 5 guests of honors have joined from 8 different countries like Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Egypt, Palestine, Saudi Arabia, and United Kingdom. Furthermore, we have received 60 research papers, from which 46 research papers from the Pakistan and 14 research papers from other countries are accepted for the presentation after the peer review process. The research papers cover the various fields, including civil engineering, architectural, electrical engineering, electronics, mechanical, petroleum, computer science, chemical, agriculture, and environmental engineering, social studies, etc. We would like to also acknowledge the support and cooperation of Consulate General, the Republic of Indonesia in Karachi, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan for organizing this 2 days virtual conference. The contribution of several industries and universities and other organizations have made this conference possible to organize. We would like to acknowledge the conference organizing committee, technical review committee, printing and publication committee, and especially the International Scientific Committee for their time and support. We would like to thank all the authors who have submitted their papers to make this conference possible. Our sincere thanks to the members of the conference team, along with the team of ICE students for their tireless efforts and contribution and continuous support. Thank you very much. Now I would like to request our guest of honor, Dr. Jun Kuncoro, the Consulate General of Indonesia, for his speech. So welcome, Dr. Kuncoro.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sajad. I am Jun Kuncoro, Consul General of the Republic of Indonesia from, now I'm speaking from Karachi, Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Honorable Professor Dr. Abdul Sami Qureshi, First Vice Chancellor, Mehran University of Engineering Technology, Muet Sahid Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, Jab Campus Khairpur Mir, I personally have been in the campus and have a lovely discussion with all the faculty members. And I would like to greet and congratulate my Indonesian colleagues, first and foremost, colleague from Narottama University, Surabaya. This is the second year this university sponsor this program. Selamat pagi, Dr. M. Iksan Setiawan. And second, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Insinyur Asef Saifuddin from University of Al-Azhar, Indonesia. He's very instrumental in this university. He's the rector of this university. And my best friend, Dr. Indra Kusumawardana from Universitas Pertamina. It's majoring in oil and gas, this university. And also my long time friend, Dr. Made Panji Teguh Santoso from University of Singapore Bangsa Kerawang. It's not far from Jakarta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you, distinguished speakers and participants. First, I would like to explain why Consulate General are interested in sponsoring this program. First and foremost, I would like to promote in practically people-to-people contact between Indonesia and Pakistan. Both countries share a very pool of scientists and experts and talent. So through this forum, I would like to give opportunity to both people from both countries to have interaction, among other things, through academic forum. And first, I would like to congratulate for the committee for excellent arrangement of this conference. This is the second conference, and I hope we can see and we can spread the information around the globe and also produce a monograph or any publication, which is very important to all of us, especially knowing that ideas and knowledge are beneficial to face the challenges in the 21st century. My job in the Consulate General is promoting social and cultural relation and also university to university cooperation. Now, in the pipeline, we are developing cooperation between one of the best university in Indonesia with several universities in Sin Province. So through this forum, I call on other university in Sin Province especially, and also Indonesia colleagues, please join this cooperation. This is very important platform for sharing knowledge, exchange lecturer or faculty members, as well as facilitating exchange student. Dear participants and all the speaker from 8 countries, almost every aspect of our life in the global civilization in the 21st century has gone through major changes, marked by massive infiltration of usage, digital mechanism, and platform covering. COVID pandemic is one of the main trigger that push us to work through platform of digital, and this is one of the example. Digital course has shrunken the time and the space between and among the region of the world, and connectivity has become the main keyword. The connectivity is reflected, at least I said, in the poster of this event. I see many academician representatives from Indonesia, Pakistan, Malaysia, Thailand, UK, Palestine, and Egypt. And this is really, really good opportunity, especially for a Muslim world to more and more collaborate, because the population of Muslim country is very significant. I would like to revert Indonesia and Pakistan is the first and second biggest Muslim population. If the two countries is joined together and other countries, support by other member of the Muslim world, that will be a strong and powerful blocks. This connectivity is reflected in this forum today. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, I would like to take your time because this is the time for you to exchange ideas. I just want to highlight the importance of global scene that now our nation is facing, not only Millennium Development Goals that already passed and in 2015, but our challenge is now sustainable development goals, which required all of us. Most of us here are coming from developing countries. There are many ideas, many contributions that we can share to tackle the ideas and issue of engineering, technology, artificial intelligence, environmental and social. And this seminar is very timely and relevant because it's cover very important topics, multidisciplinary approach. So just to conclude, I would like to congratulate all the participants so you can enjoy and have a fruitful discussion and reap benefit of this process. And through this forum to Pakistan and Indonesia colleagues, allow me to remind you that besides we have Indonesia Pakistan Youth Forum as a platform to cooperate, we also encourage through university to cooperate, and through your university appeal students from both countries to join Indonesia Pakistan Youth Forum. And to conclude, I thanks again for the all arrangement and also for the committee and also all the participants. Enjoy the conference. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Bahut-bahut syukriya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Jung Kunchro, the worthy Consul General of Republic of Indonesia in Karachi, for your very nice presentation and about the speak. Now I would like to request to present the certificate. This certificate on the behalf of conference chair and on the behalf of ICE student chapter, I would like to present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Jung Kunchro, the Consul General of Republic of Indonesia in Karachi, as a keynote speaker in this conference. Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Syukriya.
Shukriya. Now I would like to request our first and keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Haziman Wan Ibrahim, for his keynote speech.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sajat. Before I start, I will share my screen.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, now okay, Prof.
Thank you to Associate Professor Dr. Sajat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, your participants for the conference, Second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference. Before I start, I would like to thanks to the organizer, especially to the ICE student chapter Mu'ed Sub-Campus, because invite me for this session today. So I'm Muhammad Haziman Wan Ibrahim from Faculty of Civil Engineering and Built Environment, University Tun Hussein in Malaysia. So I will share with you a little bit about eco-friendly hybrid interlocking blocks for sustainable. Now, all over the world talk about sustainable construction. Okay, sustainable construction is most often defined as a meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet. Yes. So this is very important because the sustainable is not for us, but for our children, for our kids, for our next generation. Okay, so sustainability during the construction phase is one of the aspects of green building. So green building is a building that in its design, construction, or operation reduce or eliminates negative impact and can create positive impact on our climate and also natural environment. Sustainable construction, also known as green construction, is concerned with the economic, social, and environmental impact of creating a usable structure. Sustainable construction also means using renewable and recyclable material when building new structures, as well as reducing consumption and waste. The primary goals of sustainable normally the primary goal of sustainable construction is to reduce the industry impact on the environment. The kind of sustainable construction encourage the use of green materials, okay, environmentally friendly and energy-saving solution to minimize the impact on the environment. So green materials are materials that are local and renewable. Green materials are defined as environmentally responsible materials because their effects are considered throughout the life of the materials. Okay. Green building materials are composed of renewable rather than non-renewable resources. Green materials are environmentally responsible because impact are considered over the life of the product. The criteria of green building product and material are long service life, non-toxic, has recycled content, saving resources, and interested in the environment. So from this list of criteria, the green material or product only needs to meet at least one criteria. So either, as I mentioned, long service life, non-toxic, interested in the environment, saving resources, and also has a recycled content. Interlocking block. Interlocking block is a way to build strong wall without mortar. Okay. Interlocking block is used for wall construction. It means the blocks are locked against each other without cement and mortar, not as a traditional method. Okay, we must lay the brick using cement and mortar. Okay, mortarless block system requires less skills and reduced construction time during installation. Okay, less labor intensive and more time saving on the interlocking block need only be fitted to each other. Okay, instead of conventional cement mortar construction. The interlocking block can be salvaged without damage when the house is being dismantled in the future. Okay, interlocking block are manufactured either in the form of a PC, concrete interlocking block, or compressed earth block. Okay, for earth block, we no require burning process at a high temperature. So that's why we consider earth block as a green material. Okay, because we can save the energy. Okay, and then using interlocking block also, we can save our cost because we can reduce the application of cement and mortar. Okay, this is the example of the house, okay, which construct using interlocking block. Very nice, very beautiful, and looks natural. Okay, this also. Okay, waste material on site. Okay, this is palm oil waste. In Malaysia, actually, is the second largest exporter of palm oil. Each oil palm fruit bunch produce 21% palm oil, 7% palm kernel, around 15% fiber, and 7% shell, and also 20% empty fruit bunch on an average. Okay. If it resulted in a massive accumulation of solid waste such as empty fruit bunch, okay, fiber, kernel, then this waste material are usually discarded on site after the palm oil extraction process resulted in unnecessary piling of waste in the vicinity of factory. Okay, it causes a severe land pollution. Okay, the palm oil waste like kernel, empty fruit bunch, okay, was used in firing a boiler to generate energy. Okay, from this process, two different type of material has been generated, which are palm oil fly ash and also palm oil clinker, which considered as a waste materials. This material actually containing high content of silica oxide. Okay, this is the waste materials, POFA and palm oil clinker at the landfill in the ore dumping area nearby the factory. Actually, many studies have been done by the researcher on the application of POFA and palm oil clinker either to replace cement or sand. But this still remain high amount of ash abundantly available in the landfill, which lead to environmental problems. Therefore, this material will be used in this study to replace the clay in that means the soil in earth block production. Okay, palm oil clinker is a byproduct produced through the burning of palm oil shell as a fuel to run steam turbines in palm oil mills. Okay, it is a light, solid, fibrous materials, porous, flaky, and irregular shape with rough and spinning broken edge. Okay, having the potential to be utilized as a lightweight aggregate for concrete when crushed. Okay, POC or palm oil clinker also has a lower specific gravity. Okay, has a lower specific gravity than the conventional with aggregate. Thus, it has a low density. Okay, so it was recently used as a lightweight aggregate in producing lightweight concrete with improved mechanical properties. Palm oil clinker as a lightweight aggregate has an advantages in diminishing the dead load of the concrete structure without much load in the strength of the structure. Okay, further grinding of palm oil clinker will produce palm oil clinker powder. Okay, this is a palm oil clinker powder after we grind for certain period. Okay, recently, this material used as a filler and amorphous material in the production of sustainable and environment-friendly lightweight concrete. Okay, POC of size below than 5 mm was further grounded in Los Angeles with a grinding machine to enlarge the surface area so as to produce palm oil clinker powder. The previous study, which using palm oil clinker powder in the concrete report that the compressive strength of the concrete was developed when using palm oil clinker powder. So this means this material has the potential in producing a good strength of concrete. This one is a POFA, palm oil fly ash. Okay, palm oil fly ash is an abundant materials and has no economic benefit. Hence, it is accumulated in the landfill and causes ecological pollution and land scarcity. Currently, in the concrete, the researcher will use POFA in the concrete as a cementitious material because it has high content, high concentration of silica, around 44 to 60%. In concrete, POFA also could enhancing the durability of the concrete and contributes to the high strength of concrete and denser concrete. Okay, the original POFA also has no pozzolanic property actually due to its large particles and porous structure. A lot of researchers focus their effort on treating POFA to reduce the particle size and increase the surface area to promoting better mechanical properties for concrete. This one is quarry dust. Quarry dust actually is a crushed dust produced during breaking of stone boulder in the stone crusher for producing coarse aggregate. The quarry dust consists of excess fine and is considered waste material. Okay, this material produced in crush plant is dumped in bulk quantities around the quarry plants and cause environmental pollution. Okay, so quarry dust was successfully normally recycled as a sand replacement in concrete, in brick, okay, and in other materials as well. This is the physical properties of palm oil clinker and also quarry dust. Okay, if we made the comparison between the POC and quarry dust, the bulk density of POC is lower than quarry dust. Moisture content of POC also higher than quarry dust because POC is finer and absorb more water. Water absorption also for sure for POC higher than quarry dust, 9.77% for POC and 1.56% for quarry dust. And then for specific gravity, for POC 1.94, for quarry dust is 3.22. So this one heavier. The quarry dust is more heavier than POC. And then in terms of fineness, POC is more fine than quarry dust. Okay. This one, this one is a hybrid mix design, which a combination of palm oil clinker, palm oil full ash, and quarry dust. Palm oil full ash, palm oil clinker, palm oil clinker powder, and quarry dust normally were used individually in concrete production. However, mixing POCP, POFA, POC, and quarry dust in a building composite still lacking. Okay, this may be related to the potential reduction in the concrete properties when we're using the whole waste together. However, using this material in a low strength building application like the interlocking block appear to be promising solution. It is because the high compression strength was not required for the block. Okay, the minimum strength of the block should be 5 megapascal. Okay, as an interlocking block. Therefore, it was feasible to satisfy the block relevant standard. Okay, when producing block from poly palm oil waste and quarry dust. This is the process of eco block production. Okay, when we replace the clay with the palm oil. Okay, when we replace the material, the soil with palm oil waste, so the color change from brown into dark color, black color. Okay, according to the natural, the original color of palm oil waste. This is the shape of the interlocking block that we already produced in the lab. Okay, this photo shows the eco block. The bottom one is a conventional interlocking block. So the original interlocking block color is brown. This one for eco block, the color changed to black after we use 100% waste material. Because now for this eco block, we didn't have any soil. We 90% is waste material, only 10% cement as a binder. Okay, this one the result for the density of the sample, the fresh came for fresh density and also hardened density. Okay, the fresh density based on this result, the fresh density reached in 800 for this one A5. Okay, reached 800 852.81 kilogram per meter cube and 1,500 1,561.21 kilogram per meter cube. It is obvious to observe that the Hardin density was generally increased. This one for Hardin density. It is obvious that to observe that the Hardin density was generally increased for all series. This is the attribute to the increase of POPC and also Qualidas from 5% in series A to 50% in series A double prime, and decrease of POFA from 20% for series A to 10% for series A double prime. Overall, the sample considered high weight because the density recorded, the density measured more than 1,800 kilogram per meter cube. This one, the result for the compressive strength. Okay, at age 7 days, 14 days, and 28 days. Okay, the result for compressive strength of the block at age 7, 14, and 28 days shows are in range from 5.5.01 for A5, okay, until 214.57. This one for A double prime, 14.57 megapascal. So this range considered acceptable limit of compressive strength, whereby according to because this range we consider acceptable because according to BS 3921, the acceptable limit of compressive strength is between 5 to 50 megapascal. So this means A5 shows at par measurement. Okay, this one for water absorption, modulus of fracture, and also ultrasonic pulse velocity for the block. Okay, water absorption, for the water absorption varied from 13.18 for sample A double prime 11 to 21.94% for A5. This means the lowest reading, the lowest measurement is 13.18 and the highest is 21.94. Okay. However, according to ASTM C6907, I think, specified, according to this standard, specified 70% for water absorption for severe weathering, okay, and then 20% for moderate weathering resistant. Okay, so therefore, from this reading, the block for water absorption, the block consider acceptable water absorption compared with the control, because for the control SCEB, the water absorption reading around 24%. For modulus of rupture, the range of reading from 0.69 megapascal to 3.71 megapascal for the same sample. That means the same sample A5 shows a lowest modulus rupture, and then A double prime 11 shows the highest modulus rupture. So this also consider acceptable because the limit is the minimum is 0.65 megapascal. Okay, and then for the UPV, ultrasonic pulse velocity, so at age 28 days, the reading varied from 1.25 for sample A5, that means the lowest reading, 2.67, the highest reading for sample A11. Okay, the UPV of brick fall in range between 1. Okay, sorry. So the UPV of brick fall in range between 1.453 or 53. Okay, actually this the actually 1.5453 is a minimum for according to this standard. I think the minimum is 1.453 and the maximum for the brick is 2.758 kilometer per second. Okay, this one is a composite strength of prison and masonry. Okay, the composite strength of the prison developed varied also from 2.35 until 6.85 megapascal. Okay, this one 2.35 for 2.35. This one 2.35 for A5 and 6.85 for A11. Okay, consequently, the composite strength of the masonry constructed with the block developed in this research range from 2.87 for masonry, this one for prism, this one for masonry wall, 2.87 until 8.36 megapascal, according to BS 5628. According to the BS, the composite strength of the masonry constructed with the block should be from 2.5 until 6 megapascal. Okay. So for my conclusion, the development of eco-friendly hybrid blocks produced using locally available waste like POC, POFA, POCP, and QD is feasible. The production process is a friendly environment because we no need to fire like a fire clay brick. Okay, just press. Okay, and then the second one is the block properties in this research satisfy the relevant standard and show a good performance comparatively with the conventional stabilized compressed block. They are lightweight block and thermally efficient. It can be used as substitute to the common building block in the building sector. So that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Muhammad Haziman Wan Ibrahim from UTHM Malaysia for your very nice and very intellectual presentation on the interlocking blocks containing POFA and other waste materials. Now we would like to present you a certificate of appreciation as a keynote speaker. So on the behalf of ICE student chapter and on the behalf of conference chair, I, Dr. Sajad Ali Mangi, would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Professor Dr. Muhammad Haziman Wan Ibrahim as a keynote speaker in Second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference 2021. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Muhammad Haziman Wan Ibrahim, for your keynote speech.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, participants throughout the globe and all the respected faculty members and teachers throughout the globe. Various speakers have joined today. Now I would like to request Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazil Arshad from UITM Malaysia to please present your keynote.
Okay. Right. Is everybody can see my slide? Okay. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon, I guess.
Dr. Fazil, your voice is not clear. Can you please check your mic?
Oh, okay. How's it? Is it better?
Yes, now okay, Prof.
All right. Thank you. Let me share the presentation. Where is it? Okay. All right. Okay. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Thank you to Dr. Sajat for inviting me as a keynote speaker for the Second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference 2020. Congratulations to all the committees for successfully conducting this event. And I am Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Arshad, will deliver my speech on the title potential of carbon dioxide to the concrete properties and performance. In this lovely afternoon, I would like to introduce myself. I am Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Arshad from the School of Civil Engineering, College of Engineering, University Technology Mara. Currently, I am professors in the universities, and then I also acting as the head of student affairs in the College of Engineering, and I also a president of Concrete Society Malaysia. As the title of today's presentation, I would like to talk about the potential of carbon dioxide to the concrete properties and performance. Why do I choose this topic as my content for the presentations? Is because of the concern is about the world concern about the CO2, okay, which is carbon dioxide. Actually, carbon dioxide is the fourth most abundant gas in the Earth's atmosphere. The carbon dioxide is a byproduct of normal cell function when it is breathed out of the body. Okay, CO2 also produced when fossil fuels are burned or decaying vegetations. Surface soils can sometimes contain high concentration of this gas from decaying vegetations or chemical change in the bedrocks. Okay, so this is the conditions of how do we have the CO2 in the natural way. Okay, but somehow these the human industry activities has generated more CO2 to the environment. Okay, and then this CO2 has been found, okay, or be known as an acidic gases, okay, that is originally occurred at the atmosphere, but because of the human activities, okay, the effect of CO2 have generated a greenhouse issue to the world. Okay, so this is this slide, okay, present on what is the effect of the CO2 to the environment, okay, when it is in the natural condition, okay, which is produced by the plant or by the vegetation's process. Okay, we have this kind of condition, but due to the highly productions through the human activities, we are producing a lot of CO2. We are worried that we don't have the atmosphere anymore when it will be filled by the CO2. Okay, so when it is happen, we are going to face with the greenhouse effect, okay, where the sun, which transmitting the solar radiations to the earth, and it is cannot be escaped from the atmosphere, okay, because of the compound of CO2. Okay, so this is the situation where human are producing CO2 through the industrial revolutions. Now we are in the in the context of IR 4.0, Industrial Revolutions 4.0. Okay, and then in the IR 3.0, we are producing a lot of CO2 gases, and due to the concern on the effect of CO2 to the world, okay, to the environment, the context of concerning about CO2 in IR 4.0 is become one of the major points to be considered by the industry and all around the world. Okay, so as presented in this slide, we can see that the CO2 emission per capita, okay, by the worlds, okay, have been shown in the figure, right? We can see that the Turkestan, the Japan, the Malaysia, the Mongolia, the China, and then they are producing metric tons of CO2 per capita, and then the total greenhouse emission. Okay, rest of the world is about 65%, while China is producing about 24%. Okay, greenhouse gas emission issues to the world. Okay, instead of that, we also have India, we also have Japan, okay, some of the Indonesia, Korea, and rest of the world. Okay, we are producing the greenhouse emission. So this is the serious issue that we have to consider and to take care. Okay, and from this figure, we can see that this is the industries, okay, that is responsible in producing the CO2. Okay, we can see from the figure, we found that almost 25%, okay, electricity and heat productions are generating a lot of CO2, and the industries itself are producing about 21%. Okay. Actually, we are not worried about the agriculture, even though the agricultures are producing 24%, but it is also including the natural CO2 gases. But almost 86%, okay, of the CO2 amount released to the environment, okay, is due to the human activities, which directly related to industries, which is about 21%. Right, so this make the content of CO2 become unbalanced. Again, we can see the industry 21%, the transportation is 14%, and is referred to my interest areas, which is construction industry. Okay, we are talking about buildings are producing about 6%. Okay, so from this figure, we can see that the production of CO2 is very big due to the human activities. This slide is presenting about to give some effort or some conditions where the world have been taking serious on it. They are introducing a CO2 tax to the industry. As I have been shown before, the industry are producing about 21%, transportation about 14%, okay, electricity and heat production are producing 25%. So all of this industry is responsible, okay, to pay a CO2 tax that will be, or that has been introduced to the industry. Okay, and I do believe that this CO2 tax will become an issue to the other country as well, because in the SDG we have the SDG have been considered about the if not mistaken, it is under initiative 11. Okay, SDG initiative 11 on the sustainable cities and the communities. We are taking care, and then we also focus on the SDG 14, life below water. We're also talking about the climate action, SDG 13, SDG 15, life and land. Okay, so all these SDG have been focusing in reducing the impact of the industry, especially the CO2 to the environment. So how they are going to control it? Okay, they are producing or they are introducing a CO2 tax. So the CO2 tax will be used in order to control the CO2, and then to repair or to make the CO2 not become dangerous to the world. All right, so as my presentation is related to concrete, I've started with the introduction to the CO2 is because of I just want to show to the to all the participants that the building construction industry listed as one of the top operation emission that accounted for 38% of total global energy related to CO2 emission. So in order to reach the net zero agenda, the International Energy Agency, IEA, has estimated that direct building CO2 emission need to be reduced by 50% by 2030. Now we are in 2021. In a short time, we are going to go to the 2022. So it's about another 8 to 9 years, right, where we have to get this target, where we have to reduce the emission about 50% in order to save our planet. Okay, so this educate to around 6% per year as to support the initiative and target research on utilizing CO2 in the production of construction material was proposed. Okay, so this presentation was made, okay, to promote, okay, on how the construction industry are utilizing CO2 in the construction industry. All right. Now I go deeper to the focus point, which is concrete. As we all know, concrete is one of the most relatively high strength compressive material. And then it is also considered as one of the biggest material being used in the world, okay, especially in developing the building, the infrastructures. Okay, so a lot of CO2 have been produced, okay, in order to produce a cement. It is reported that for every 1 ton of cement, about 1 ton of CO2 will be produced. Okay, so this is a very serious issue and a very serious problem, especially to the concrete industry. So the research also have been found that the concrete actually is good on compression. So it's also good in protecting the reinforcement for the building, but as soon as concrete is poured, it is under attack for pollutants in the atmosphere and naturally occurring gases such as carbon monoxide. Okay, so carbon monoxide is considered also as a gases that can affect the concrete. Okay, so carbon monoxide will penetrate into the concrete, and then it is reported that, okay, the stigma on this carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide, they are attacking the concrete because as presented before, carbon gases is acidic, but concrete is alkaline. So when the acidic keep on go into the alkaline matrix, so it is slowly will naturalize, okay, the alkalinity of the alkalis. Okay, and then at certain point it will change from the alkaline into an acidic matrix. So from this figure, we can see that this who are not in a pink color shows that the concrete is already been acidized by the CO2 gases. Okay, so this gas, okay, these gases, the CO2, not only reducing the alkalinity of the concrete, but it will also create an opportunity of the another gases to go into the concrete and then slowly create a corrosion problem to the reinforcement in the reinforced concrete structures. And finally, it will create an internal force that spalling the concrete surface and make the concrete exposed to the environment and to the air. So this is the condition where the CO2, okay, CO2 knowledge in concrete. Okay, so actually this knowledge is not wrong. This knowledge is right, but it is there is some other dimension that we can look on when we're talking about the concrete attack or the potential of utilizations of CO2 into a concrete. Okay, so actually this figure, right, presenting us a new concept where the calcium hydroxide plus CO2, they will produce CaCO3. Okay, CaCO3. Okay, so when CO2 come into the hardened concrete, what will happen is about the calcium hydroxide will transform into a calcium carbonate. So this calcium carbonate will give a positive impact to the concrete. As shown in this figure, during the hydration process, we will have a calcium silicate hydrate calcium aluminum hydrate and calcium hydroxide. Instead of that, we also have a void. Okay, we might also have an void area, porous area in the concrete matrix. So actually, this is a problem for centuries in the concrete industry, and researchers, engineers are looking for materials on how to reduce these porous areas. And so what they are doing, they are putting a filler material into it, and they are putting a filler material into it. And then from the research being carried out, we found that the utilizations of CO2 into the concrete will benefit because it will change the balance of calcium hydroxide to become a calcium carbonate. Okay, so this is a calcium hydroxide. Calcium hydroxide features looks like, okay, where it has a plate area, and then when we have a CO2 into it, the plate area will be changed and the pores will be filled. Right, so this is one of the research that have been carried out with the Petronas. Actually, Petronas have funded us and give us a grant to do research to look on how we are going to utilize the carbon dioxide in the concrete industry. So from this research, what we are doing, we are producing, okay, a calcium carbonate, okay, by including the CO2 into our concrete mix. So this figure is part of the finding from this research. This is the conditions of the cement matrix at 3 days, right? Where this is the calcium hydroxide. It is formed. Okay, when we are injecting the CO2 into it, we can find that the crystals of calcium hydroxide, the calcium silicate hydrate have been formed, and then the length of the calcium hydroxide, the calcium silicate hydrate and calcium hydroxide also found to be longer as before. And then at 7 days, we can find that all the areas has start been filled. Okay, all the area have start been filled. And then at 28 days, we found that this is the situation where almost all the void area have been filled by the calcium carbonate. Okay, at this stage, we can see there is still, we found that there is still a compositions of calcium hydroxide at this area, but the amount of calcium hydroxide has been reduced by time to time when we are introducing the CO2 into the concrete mix. Okay, so from the research being carried out, we found that the composition strength of calcium of carbonated concrete slightly increased, and then the carbonation depth also increased, and then the splitting strength of carbonate concrete slightly increased. The electrical resistivity also increased. The carbonation leads to increased reduction in permeability and porosity of concrete. So this is a part of the works have been carried out where the carbon cure, okay, they call it carbon cure. They have been producing a carbon cure ready mix concrete. They're also producing a carbon cure for precast. They also do a carbon cure for masonry work. So this is part of the equipment required. We need for the carbon cure, we need a carbon cure valve box in order to control the quantity of carbon to be induced into the concrete mix. And due to that matters, we also need a CO2 source. So as for now, the CO2 source is from the industry, and then they will eliminate it, and then they collect it, and then they will use it, okay, store on the concrete plant and pressurized tank that are regular by gas supplies. Okay, this is on how, okay, the potential of where we can put the or where we can introduce the CO2 in the concretes. Okay, we might introduce the CO2 as producing an aggregate, okay, carbonated sources at a different concentration of CO2. Okay, by producing an aggregates from the CO2, we might also introducing CO2 during batching and mixing, and we also can introduce CO2 during the early age curing. Okay, please make sure, please pay attention. If you want to use CO2 in the curing, it is at early age curing, right? So This is the finding, okay, of the research. We found that it is unaffected the properties of concrete, as I've been mentioned before. And then we found that the strength of concrete also are increasing, even though it is about 10% at 28 days as compared to control, but it is 14% higher than at day 1, 16% higher at day 3, 13% higher at day 7. Okay, so we can see that from this research, the utilizations of CO2 in the concrete mix has optimized the strength requirements of the concrete even at 7 and 28 days. This result also shows the compressive the effect of compressive strength, the effect of CO2 to the compressive strength of concrete as compared to control concrete. And then we also have a flexural strength. Yeah, we also have a flexural strength here, where the flexural strength also found to be even it is at par with the normal concrete. Okay. Okay, so this is a carbon cure concept. Okay, this is a company that have been commercialized this concept. Okay, they call it a carbon cure. You may go to the website to look on the carbon cure, what is carbon cure is all about. And then we can take an example from the company on how to utilize the CO2 for our country. Okay, so as looking on the setting time of carbon concrete as compared to normal concrete, we found that the setting time, initial setting time is faster, okay, as compared to final setting time. We also look on the bleeding process, the CO2 reduction, CO2 cement, CO2 concrete is cumulative bleed water is higher than control. And then the workability also are higher than control concrete. Okay, so it means it shows that the utilizations of CO2 might improve the workability of concrete. And then look on the hardened concrete. Okay, hardened concrete properties. We can find that the pH of concrete are almost equivalent to the CO2 concrete. The chloride ion penetration also found that the CO2 have lower ion penetration as compared to control concrete mix. Okay, this is because of all the voids that have been shown before have been filled by the calcium carbonate, okay, which developed by the CO2 and transforming the calcium hydroxide into calcium carbonate. Okay, the corrosion testing also found that the carbon concrete, okay, is having a lower charge column as compared to normal concrete. And then on the half cell potential also found that the CO2 concrete, okay, having a comparable study comparison result as to the concrete, normal concrete. Looking on the drying shrinkage, we found that the carbon concrete is having a little bit higher shrinkage as compared to normal concrete. Sorry, a little bit lower than the normal concrete. And then on the abrasion resistant, we also found that the CO2 concrete, okay, is having an abrasion resistant higher than the normal concrete. All right, from all the results being presented, what I can say is that the inclusion of CO2 into concrete mix will contribute to reduce the CO2 problem to the environment. CO2 will be transformed into Ca, CO3, calcium carbonate, and acting as filler in concrete matrix, and the development of weak crystal due to the formation of calcium hydroxide will be reduced. Okay, the formations of calcium carbonate will provide higher density concrete, increase concrete strength, reducing porosity, and improve the durability. So from these conclusions, I can say that the utilizations of CO2 is very important. We can use it back. We are the one producing the CO2 problem to the environment. Now we have to be responsible to find a way, to find a solution on how to overcome this problem. So let us have a hand together to work on it to save our planet. So with that, thank you very much for your attention. And engineers is a problem solver, not a problem maker. Problem is an opportunity. someone waste is a someone treasure. So with that, thank you very much and see you again.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazil Arshad from
welcome, sir.
UITM Shah Alam, Malaysia, and the President Concrete Society, Malaysia. Now I would like to present a certificate of appreciation. I, Dr. Sajad Ali Mangi, on the behalf of conference chair and on the behalf of faculty advisor, ICE student chapter, I would like to present certificate of appreciation to Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazil Arshad from UITM, Malaysia, as a keynote speaker in second international multidisciplinary digital conference on social engineering and environmental issues. Thank you very much for your time and your very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to request Professor Dr. Samina Rajpur, Director ORIC and Professor at Shah Abdul Latif University for her keynote speak.
Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Sajjad, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Samina, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Just move your camera a little bit down that we can see you.
Okay.
Okay now.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm Dr. Samina Rajpur from Shah Abdul Latif University, and today I have to give a very brief presentation, and that is about the challenges to virtual learning during COVID-19. I'm working as a professor at Institute of Computer Science, and I'm working also as the Director of Office Research, Innovation and Commercialization in Shah Abdul Latif University. During COVID, the lockdown gave us the opportunity to think about the virtual learning. Therefore, I choosing this topic to revisit the problems and challenges we faced during the COVID-19 pandemic for our students' learning problems. Okay. COVID-19 pandemic made visible and unignorable changes in higher education throughout the globe. During the lockdown, to keep social distancing from each other, to pose WHO orders, stay at home, virtual learning or online learning was the only method to keep learning and teaching in life. This situation leads us to face the actual facet of the virtual learning. It opens up the new perspectives and challenges for development and improvements in virtual learning. Research during this pandemic situation shows two different worlds of virtual learning to the globe. On one hand, we have highly developed and technologically advanced countries, and on the other hand, the underdeveloped countries faced the situation of virtual learning in another way. This presentation actually will focus upon the challenges to the virtual learning for higher education, and also give some suggestions that in future, how can we avoid these challenges or problems if we have to face again the virtual learning for the globe totally, wholly and solely. In other days, we actually have two methods. Either we go to the face-to-face interaction with the students, either we have a hybrid method also, and virtual learning that is actually in practice in the globe is actually the version of the blended learning. It is not actually wholly solely a virtual learning. Therefore, we face the problems in virtual learning during the COVID. Okay, the COVID-19 and pandemic has formed the largest historical trouble in education system, affecting nearly 1.6 billion learners in more than 190 countries and all continents. Closure of schools and other learning spaces have impacted 94% of the world's students' population, up to 99% in low and lower middle income countries. The problem actually starts from this term, that we are actually dividing the world into two different worlds. One is very highly developed world and other is underdeveloped or very poor world. This crisis time disrupted education severely from primary to higher education in all clusters of population. For example, developed countries, underdeveloped countries. But on the other hand, this pandemic opened doors to many methods and opportunities for online education. Okay, I am going to the figure 1 that will show the number of children affected by schools globally, while in other figure, the methods of the mediums of online education will be shown. This figure shows actually the number of children affected by schools globally. Okay, and the source of this figure is the UNESCO.org. And here we can see that up to 15 July, we had actually the closure of the schools to the more than to 80 to 90%. And this figure actually shows the different mediums the countries at global level used to provide education, virtual education to the students at home. Some used radios, TVs, some paper-based learning and online education. Okay. While I were analyzing the things during the pandemic, actually I have the field of my expertise is e-learning. And I worked on the context-aware systems and adaptive hypermedia educational systems and tutoring systems. So I realized that the only two challenges that we have to face, we faced during the COVID-19, that one is called the digital divide, and the another was the online learning, in which we had to focus upon the contents, delivery methods, and assessment tools. Okay, while we are talking about the digital divide, actually it is a big term. Actually, it is the only conflict that divide the countries in perspective of the educational crisis into the highly technological developed countries and the underdeveloped countries or the poor countries. What is digital divide? That is actually the key obstacle in online education for all. In developing countries are the lack of sufficient internet speed, computers, mobile data cost, the financial status of the families, and the mental health of the students which associated with the digital divide. Mental health is a very large term, and actually I'm not going towards the mental health of the students. We will focus upon other problems of the digital divide that we can cover. Okay, and if we are going to talk about the online learning, and I have divided the online learning into three components. One is content, delivery methods, and assessment tools. And if we are going to classify our learning methods, we have three ways: supervised method, unsupervised method, and hybrid method. Okay, in supervised learning, the teacher has the goal to ensure that the student has learned the material. But in the unsupervised learning, the access to teacher is minimal or no access to teacher. During the pandemic, we had no access to teacher. However, the task to learn materials, assignments are given to the students to complete in a virtual environment. And in unsupervised learning, the success depends upon totally the ability of the student to comprehend and totally the proper time and resource management skills of the students. Means the student has to work at own, where he has no supervision of this teacher. So the basic challenges for online learning beyond the technology. Here, for example, I am avoiding the technology digital divide for some time. Then I come to know that we have the main challenge is that how to understand the diversity of students and teachers on an e-learning mode of education, and what do we mean by efficient virtual teaching and learning. Basically, we had a very disastrous concept that we have imposed upon our students, that is one size fits all. Means we are ignoring the students' diversity. For example, we have the classes of students, the categories of students on the basis of their intellectual traits or personas. How do they learn? What are their interests? And how they can perceive and how they can give the most, utmost results. We actually ignore that, and we use mostly one size fits all method for virtual learning. This is one of the problem. Then one size fits all learning model in pandemic, was it a correct model? If we are going to assess this only 2 words or a one question, that was this was the correct model for pandemic virtual learning, that we were giving one size fits all to the students. So computer-based communication is argued as the most important change man has made during the last 150 years. ICT with multimedia, text, voice, videos is the vital source to transform education throughout the globe. E-learning is one of the usage of ICT in teaching and learning prospects, but smart virtual learning, context-aware LMS, adaptive hypermedia learning management systems can be used to avoid one-size-fits-all learning methods. While we are talking about the smart virtual learning or context-aware learning management systems, in this case, we are actually considering the student's context, human context, that how do they prefer to learn, how they will give their utmost skills as output. And in adaptive hypermedia learning management systems, we adapt actually the student. We can categorize or class the student into the classes of their abilities. For example, we can assess that the student is a novice, is a moderate, or at the higher degree of learning. Then we can adapt according to them, and then we will have to set the teaching methodologies, teaching strategies, teaching instruction strategies according to their model of the student. But in pandemic, we saw that we did not consider these things, and we gave one size fits all learning model to the students. Okay, and I had actually classified the virtual learning into 3 components, in which learning contents is the most important component according to me. In learning management system, we are actually providing all learning videos, notes, lectures. However, the students at all ages require interaction with the teacher. You can see that if we have PhD students, they are mature in learning, but they also need to see their supervisor time to time. Otherwise, the interaction gap may, the student may fall into some mental stresses or some psychological stresses. But in the pandemic, we had a totally complete lockdown. The student and teacher interaction can only be at the mobile phones, can only be at their telephones, etc. There was no other interaction with them. So, and I also analyzed as a teacher that we were used to give them large and lengthy lectures. However, the student had a problem of interaction with their teacher. They were facing the mental stress of lockdown also. We had a COVID problem, that was a pandemic, and the human being nature is that we were facing some social problems also. And in that situation, the we, the teachers or the educationists or the academicians, were not focusing upon the problems, but we were focusing upon that how can we provide more and more contents to the student at their doorsteps. We had only one slogan, that learning at their doorsteps. But what was the learning? We did not think about that. So I come to conclude that contents or learning nuggets, micro learning nuggets, very short clippings of the lecture may be used to provide as micro learning contents instead of lengthy lectures during these pandemic situations, when we were already facing so many problems at a time. And we must have to avoid one size fits all learning contents. Learning objects as per various classes or diversities of students may be developed and then to provide them. We can have context-aware learning management systems. We can have tutoring systems. A tutoring system is the system in which the student can be taught as we can instruct them immediately during their studies. For example, if he is choosing lecture 2 and he has not read out or review lecture 1 or did not do the exercise of the lecture 1 and he is going directly to download lecture 2, then we can instruct him or instruct her to go through first lecture and do the exercise of the first lecture. These type of systems are called the tutoring systems. And we have adaptive educational systems. We can provide them during these type of situations. I had given a later introduction that adaptive hypermedia educational systems are the systems in which the students can be adapted by the system according to their classes or mental abilities or the skills. Okay. Then this was actually the journal scenario I have perceived during the pandemic, and then I come to extract the summary of the challenges, and then I can suggest some of the suggestions here. But here I'm going to show you actually the situation of Pakistan. Pakistan is the country where learning loss. I have got this data where schools closed. Daily we had around 6,000 cases, and this was the schools closed 26th November, and we had the schools opened. But actually what we had done, COVID-19 school closure in Pakistan, this was actually the scene where we were used to provide the contents to the student at the home, and we were assuming that they are learning virtually. Okay, to avoid the problem of educational loss and to facilitate the student, the government of Pakistan launched tele schools in April 2020. Children with the most educated parents were 37% more likely to watch the TV channel than children with uneducated parents after 3 months of the closures. The most affluent families were 86% more likely to be watching than the poorest. Here we are going to focus the actual scene. This difference of the education, this difference of the income status is actually the digital divide. So in Pakistan, actually the government was facilitating by launching the channels like tele schools. But what was the actual scene? That some were accessing and some were not accessing on the basis of their social status of the life. Okay. This data actually shows that the richer families were twice as likely to watch government tele school, and the gap grew over time. Education and wealth are two graphs are given here, and we are trying to show the 3 months of school closure data and 6 months of school closure data. Okay, so we come to conclude that as the whole, the globe was facing problems, and the Pakistan was facing the problem of learning, virtual learning, due to the higher rate of digital divide. Online classes are ridiculous without internet. Sabiha Baloch, Vice President of Baloch Students Action Committee, said in an interview with Diplomat July 8, 2020. Balochistan, Sindh, these are the most the provinces. They are facing the very huge problems of education in these two provinces. But actually, if we are going to see the scene of the Pakistan at the Wikipedia, that what is the digital divide in Pakistan, and the Wikipedia says that internet access in Pakistan began in 1990 and has continued to grow up grow over the past decades. Pakistan has about 32 million internet users. However, according to data collected by the World Bank, Pakistan has an overall population of about 193 million people. But what is actual the scene? That we had given an statement by Sabiha Baloch, the Vice President of Baloch Students Action Committee, that online classes are ridiculous without internet. So this shows that something is wrong here. We are suffering from the digital divide in Pakistan also. Okay. The second component or other component, the learning, virtual learning has, that is delivery mediums. Digital divide cannot be avoided for delivery methods. As a teacher, I also faced so many problems while I was teaching my students. In COVID period, students and teachers faced it that caused mental stress also. Students were not capable of catching the concepts of the teacher and cannot comprehend the contents the teacher was providing them. So their performance was very low. Higher education, Pakistan preferred Microsoft Teams as LMS to conduct online classes, but failed. Mostly the students has the opinion that we can have WhatsApp and other social media, and we can use those mediums as to share the learning lecture contents. So here we also failed by the policies of Pakistan due to the digital divide. For the assessment tools, according to me, no any method was confirmed as the appropriate assessment tool to confirm student learning level during pandemic, especially where we are facing digital divide. Assessment tools are the methods to examine the student's learning level. So according to me, no any method was confirmed in virtual learning, and especially during pandemic, I cannot confirm any of the assessment tool method as the confirmed assessment tool method. Okay, and this is the conclusion, that teaching and learning in the continuum of time is an oldest and will be the latest trait till doomsday a human being shall encounter without an iota of doubt. With e-technologies in place, the challenge of proper teaching and learning has opened up a plethora of issues during COVID-19, primarily arguing on the dimension layer of teachers by technology in e-learning mode of education. The role of teacher is visualized more as intelligent content manager for e-learners. As a result, in recent studies, more emphasis has been given on learning management system and multimedia technologies for content presentation. And the suggestions after my analysis in this COVID, that I must say that we have to avoid digital divide and we have to avoid one size fits all models for online learning. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Samina Rajpur from Shah Abdul Latif University, for a very nice presentation. Now I would like to present certificate of appreciation. On the behalf of conference chair, I, Dr. Sajad Ali Mangi, I would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Professor Dr. Samina Rajpur as a keynote speaker in second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference. Thank you very much, Dr. Samina, for your very nice presentation and your precious time.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm very much thankful and grateful to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Very patiently. Thank you. Thank you.
Now I would like to request Dr. Sana Malik from UMT Lahore for her keynote speech on the investigating the transformation of residential architecture in Lahore, Pakistan. So welcome, Dr. Sana.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Dr. Sajad, for inviting me as a keynote speaker for Second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference. And I am really enjoying the different presentations. And So this is here I'm going to present about my topic. Before presenting, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Sana Malik, and I'm an architect, I'm an academician and a researcher, and I'm working as assistant professor at School of Architecture and Planning, University of Management and Technology, Lahore, Pakistan. The topic of my presentation is investigating the transformation of residential architecture in Lahore, Pakistan. So before moving into my research findings and discussions, I would like to talk about what is housing design. Housing design is the display of what a family or a household is, standing in terms of social, economical, personal, and intellectual considerations within a built environment. And if we see the case of Pakistan, Pakistan has a rich historical and cultural texture of architecture because of its history, because of Britishers and subcontinent, that chronological history of Pakistan. And because the housing is, a multidisciplinary concept, so this provides a very close association of the stakeholders with the design of an house, and that's why we see different concepts in housing. As you can see in an image that where this is a picture from a house in Lahore, where you can see a water tank has been, as a prominent feature of the house, designed in terms of an air jet. So this is how people in Lahore especially are particular about their residential spaces, and they show their connection in by displaying such designs when they are given the opportunity. Talking about Lahore, which is the second largest city of Pakistan, and it holds a great significance because of its rich cultural and history and architecture. And it has seen different time periods of architecture from Mughal, British colonial, and post-independence. So, like all the ancient cities, Lahore also has two faces. It has Lahore, old Lahore, and the new Lahore. And the old Lahore has seen the past glory, and the new city has seen the modern look. So if we see the different housing typologies, we have seen that there are three types of houses are being, found out in Lahore. There are attached traditional houses, detached traditional houses, and modern houses. So we will be talking about one by one about them. Attached traditional houses are found in the walled city of Lahore, which is known as inner part and older part of the city. And here you can see, you can feel the glory of the past in terms of the social and economic setup of that area. And you can see in the image that houses which are present over there from the past has strong architectural features. You can see there are balconies, and balconies have some wooden screens over there, which are known as chirukas, and they have different ornamental features as well. And these houses were connected together, attached together with less covered areas, and they have small room sizes. So it shows the strong family connection and the community connection between different family units. And this approach for attached houses were considered to be sustainable in terms of climatic conditions as well, because you don't have to, because Lahore has having a summertime more than a winter time. So if you don't have the air passages on the both sides of the house, that means the environment is going to be cooler. Then we have the detached traditional house. The attached traditional houses were most likely before the independence of Pakistan, but after the independence, the concept went from the attached housing to the detached housing, where you can see a low one-story house with spatial rooms, and detached house spaces were being planned, separate living rooms, dining rooms, and bedrooms. And this concept later converted into the attachment of the bedrooms with the bathrooms as well. And you can see different pediments and different car porches and different features as well. Similarly, in the detached housing, we have the concept of courtyard houses as well, where you have a central courtyard and open space, and all the rooms are located around it. This also promoted the strong family connection and interaction, because if multiple joint family system is there and multiple households are living over there, and extended family forms, then they have to go and pass by the same common space. So you are going to interact by forcefully or by space design. And it was also used as a celebratory spaces for different kind of functions, as religious functions, birthdays, and marriage functions as well. And here the height of the walls likely to be varied, and most likely it was higher heights were maintained because of the ventilators to be given at the top of the room, so that warmer air can be went out of the room. And the most modern type is the type where you can see a lot of modern straight line designs, and people are using factory made materials. And here it drastically changed the concept of living, and people are like more want to have a private life, and that they have a low design profile, which ultimately reduce the construction cost for the ornamentation. But because of the private lifestyle, the covered areas are going to be increased, which is ultimately causing and taking the construction cost to a higher place. And if we see such houses are mostly in terms of the design, they are a variety of the front facade, but in the internal planning is almost the same. What factors has influenced the residential architecture of Lahore in particular, which I find out from my study, that it was basically a globalization impact, that there are international brands of food, fashion, and building construction industries. Then second is the exposure. You have the internet, you have, you just Google it and you are going to see what all over the world type of housing designs are available. So that exposure and your traveling also makes and shapes your design sense. Third is the social tendency. People living in Lahore, they have a tendency to get inspired what they see, like if they can get inspired from the people who within their family or within their circle of friends, and they want their house to be to be copied phenomena of one that particular housing unit. Fourth is the customization. Here, being a client, you are very much involved in the design process with your architect, because house construction is is once in a lifetime. So people have a lot of association and attachment to that one living space, and they want it to be exactly what they want and how they want it. Fifth is about the building regulations, which is about the aspect of regulatory authorities of one particular area, that you must follow these bylaws. You have to give the different setbacks. Like if we can see in Lahore, there's Lahore Development Authority, and they have given some of the ranges to cover what should be covered on the ground floor, what should be covered on the first floor, and how much can be the height of that house in terms of different covered areas of the housing units. And they also provided a provision of a car park and different guidelines, so that you are going to design within some set of rules. So if we see the typological analysis of different housing units, so these are some of the parameters which I took out and compared one traditional house and one modern house in Lahore. Let us see in detail. So comparing the two house floor plans in terms of covered area and the open area ratio, you can see in the traditional house, the private lifestyle was not dominant. That's why they have given the central courtyard as well as a very large green area on the corner of the house in term L-shaped. But if you see in a modern house, you can see that there is very small lawn is given at the front, and the house design is very much private, where there is no central open space. Coming to the spatial planning, we have seen that the entrance of the house is very much welcoming and open, where you are having a porch in the traditional house over here, and then you have the central lobby and some office type setting is there. And then you are going to moving into the different rooms, and then again a semi private space, that is the courtyard, which is also being connected from the other side. So you have two entrances. But in the modern house, you see that there is only one entrance, which is being controlled by going from the public space like drawing room and living room, and then going into the private spaces like bedrooms. So this was the basic difference. And in terms of walls quality, if you see the width of the walls in the traditional house, they are like 13 inches more in width as compared to the modern house, because in the traditional house, they wanted it to be controlled by the construction techniques. They don't believe at that time there was no they were not air conditioning systems were installed, so they wanted to maintain the inner environment of the house through the construction techniques. Then fourth is the staircase design. We see that in the traditional house, because of less private space and because of connection of the indoor environment with the outdoor environment, they placed the staircase out of the house so that there's a movement and connection with the open spaces, and there could be a connection with the neighbors as well. But in the modern house, we have seen that their staircase is given inside the room to have more private space, more even if the movement is within the house in a vertical manner, it should be maintained in a private manner. Then lighting and ventilation. In the traditional house, they used to maintain the ventilation through the ventilators, which are there to keep the warm air out, and maintaining the cooler environment just with the facility of a fan. And there was also a door, semi-private door at the entrance, so that you can see and the air can come inside. But if you see in the modern house, you see that the big window is there, but it has provided and covered with a lot of big curtains, and there is an air conditioner as well with that, and that means that the windows are not being used for the natural ventilation. They are just for the visual connection with the outdoor to let the daylight in, and you are going to maintain the environment of the house in cooler by using the air conditioners. The doors and the windows were little much ornamentation in terms of traditional house, and also they were more designed as compared to a modern house, where you are just going to have a steel window, a steel frame, and glass window. But in a case of traditional house, the doors and the windows both were made of the wooden frames with some ornamentation, and there was screen pattern, and then the glass pattern was there. So there's two frames for every opening. Either is a window or either is a door. But in the modern house, it is made more simpler, more sleek by giving only one frame. Then if we see the facade design, then we can see that traditional house is having an ornamentation, different screen patterns over here with some pediments and some arches. But in the modern house, more modern materials, factory materials are used, and some abstract shapes are being utilized on the front facade of the house. Some different miscellaneous features if we see in both houses. So you can see the ornamentation in terms of ceilings were there, as well in terms of some floral patterns, and there were fireplaces were in terms of very humble way were designed fireplaces. But if we see the modern house, we see that there is a play of diffused lighting because of the provision, because of the provision of different types of lights which were not available during the past times. And again, the fireplaces were there, but they are again designed on a very straight lines and simple means. So what we can conclude from this comparative analysis of a modern house and a traditional house, that the housing design is going to provide an identity in terms of individualism as well as a culture. And traditional houses were more popular because they are showing, whenever some foreigner or some delegation comes, they're always going to visit walled city of Lahore because of their rich cultural connection, and display as a proper prototype of what Lahore was used to look like in the older times. And we have seen that drastic changes were there in the spatial planning of a house, but we have seen that privacy and comfort was more focus of a modern house as compared to a traditional house. And it has led to a more compact and more enclosed space planning with less open spaces, and this was the not in the case of a traditional house. We have seen the placement of staircases from outside to inside. And if we see that, yes, in terms of environmental friendly domain, the traditional house was there as compared to the modern one, which is more dependent on the artificial air conditioning. And doors and windows were more decorative in past and as compared to the modern housing. And last but not the least, if we want to have the have a sustainable face of residential architecture in Lahore, there is need to nourish, and there is need to reinvent the modern design by incorporating the traditional features with the modern day world. So thank you so much. This was all from my side. If I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sana. It was very nice presentation.
Thank you.
Now I would like to present a certificate of appreciation. On the behalf of conference chair, I, Dr. Sajad Ali, would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Sana Malik from UMT Lahore as a keynote speaker in this second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference. Dr. Thank you very much, Dr. Sana, for your time and very nice presentation.
Thank you.
Now I would like to request our another keynote speaker from Qaid-e-Awam University, Nawabshah. We have joined Professor Dr. Abdul Sattar San. He is working as Chairman, Department of Electrical Engineering, Qaid-e-Awam University, Nawabshah, Pakistan. So please welcome Dr. Abdul Sattar San for his keynote speech. Yes, Dr. Abdul Sattar, are you there?
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum salam. Professor, welcome in our virtual conference.
Thank you.
Yes, Prof, you may start, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sajad, for inviting me as a keynote speaker in your second international conference on digital conference. So thank you again. So today I'm going to talk about the topic that is required for the society. My introduction is already displayed by Dr. Sajad, that I am Professor Dr. Afsat Tarsan, working as a head of department at Electrical Engineering Department, Kaidawam University, Noasha. The department that is familiar and famous in organizing such conferences and events. So the topic of the today is Society 5.0. That is the demand of the today of the world and the trends of the education and technology for sustainability of the developing nation under the umbrella of Society 5.0. These new things that require to be highlighted and talked about in the countries like our. So that is what today I have chosen the topic to talk about, because what is important to go for the society 5.0 in the country like our. Basically, I'm not but I'm an engineer, and my research area is communication, but sometimes try to talk about the society and the issues related to the society. So Society 5.0, before starting it, I would like to talk about the Society 5.0, the transformation of or adoption of the Society 5.0 as the future of sustainable nation and world at large. As we all know that COVID-19 pandemic may further promote the development of industry 4.0, leading to the fifth industrial revolution. That is, actually 5.0 was the industrial revolution, but the 5.0 society 5.0 is the IT based, AI based, or big data based revolution for the world. So society 5.0 will bring about a human-centered society. In contrast, society 5.0 achieves advanced convergence between cyberspace and physical space, enabling AI based on big data and robots to perform and support as an agent the work and adjustment that humans have done up to now. The attributes of the Society 5.0 that are basically being highlighted by the United Nations and well-developed countries like Japan are that problem solving and value creation, a society where value is created, a diversity, a society where anyone can exercise diverse abilities, decentralization, a society where everyone can get opportunity anytime, anywhere basis. Resilience, a society that pursue challenges in security. Fifth one is the sustainability and environmental harmony. That is a big challenge. A society where mankind lives in harmony with nature. These are the five major attributes of the society 5.0 development, and that is the vision kept by the United Nations that in 2030 they are assuming that, or maybe I can say that they are dreaming that we can have these all attributes in our nations worldwide. But it seems to be difficult when we are looking toward the developing or underdeveloping countries like Pakistan and so many other. So the key to the sustainable, if we are going through the positive attitude toward the society 5.0, so there are some keys. The key to sustainable development and the SDGs of society 5.0 is based on the education actually fundamentally. The education is a key to sustainable development for developed and developing nations in particular. So the new technologies in education are changing our ideas, conceptions, and aims of education. Not only our conventional methodologies, but each of these trends carries risk and dangers, as well as new possibilities. And our reforms need to be developed with an awareness of both. This all depends on quality education for nations, which is striving to survive on only sea. The country is living near to the sea, of living below the poverty level with miserable. Sustainable quality education is a dream and agenda of every country and is one of the pillars of sustainable development of society in aspect of life, for example, in education, environment, health, and technology, which aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education. And that is not made possible, maybe possible, but we don't see in the countries like Pakistan and other where we are giving the education on equally basis and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. This overall goal can be connected to some general trends of affecting education in information and technological age. We argue that education is key to the future quality of human life and sustainability of the world first. So we should improve our education before adoption of the Society 5.0 on equality basis. What is required to change? Generally, education is being transformed in both formal and informal learning contexts by new digital technologies all over the world, but very slowly in the other developing countries like Pakistan. That is due to the limited financial resources and priorities for sustainable future having somehow blurred in. So what is required to change? Our educational aims and objectives, educational ecologies and content learning, the process of learning, the process of teaching, and the educational governance and policy that is very poor in the developing countries. So these 5 points are agenda to work in the educational area is very much required to work for the society 5.0 objectives. So change in educational aims and objectives. The trend of world education has shifted to be a broad framework. Education for sustainable development helps students examine and reflect upon their professional responsibilities, capabilities, and personal motivation. This movement from physical tasks to creative, strategic, and analytic thinking is affecting what the student need to master in educational institutions. So how to change the educational ecology? The educational ecology offers a framework for thinking about educational sustainability and changing, understanding the contents of learning. This type of all, we're talking about technology, transform organizations and institutions. It is required to be argued that the organizations and institutions that relate to the education have to show their obvious evidence of the change that they are going to change the contents of their learning for students. The change in the learning process, our discussion of new technological mediated learning and ecologies shows how shift also entailed changes to the processes of teaching and learning. Means from conventional to the outcome-based learning with effectiveness of knowledge, experience, and skills are required. Changes in teaching process. These changes to learning process and motivations also are required to rethink for teaching strategy. When institutions and schools have large number of students, they need to develop a pedagogy, their approach to be to the teaching philosophy. It means that our teacher is required to have their teaching philosophy determined that what is required or what they want to teach to the student and in what way. That enables teachers to teach them effectively. Lecturers are the easiest to implement because teachers only need to pass on their knowledge to students. But nowadays, much more is required to provide the skills, experience, and knowledge to the student. Changes in educational governance and policy. It requires uniformity again in the decision making and implementation effectively of those decisions with a true spirit. Nowadays, we are happy to have that government of Pakistan has decided to give us the uniform curriculum for school system from primary to the matriculation or intermediate, and that will be uniformly given to the students. And I hope that that will bring a lot of means opportunities, and the uniform distribution of the knowledge to the students for working on the development of these industrial development 4.0 and beyond. Impact of digital technologies. Digital technology is increasingly present element in contemporary society, bring relevant in reconfiguration of contents of reference for human action, as shaping the relationship between human and non-human actors. The adoption of digital technology increasingly influences multiple societal dimensions, such as social relationship, economy, organizations, and individuals, as well as science itself, which poses new and deep challenges. Technologies have played a key role. So it can be said that learn the technology, again focusing on the getting the education, giving the education, that it can be said that learn the technologies before bringing the technology. That will only be possible through reforms in our education system with the help of innovative ideas and methodologies that may lead us towards new and normal sustainable system and will help us to reach society 5.0. As a conclusion, I would say that education have a catalytic or like a chain effect on the well-being individuals and the future of our planet. If we are to end unsustainable thinking and practice, we will need a transformed system of education first to guide us into a prosperous and sustainable future in the vision of society 5.0. So thank you very much for listening to me and providing me this honor and opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Abdul Sattar San from Qaid-e-Awam University, Nawabshah, for a very nice presentation on the very nice topic. And we learn a lot of things from your presentations. And because this is era of 5.0, industrial era. And now I would like to present a certificate of appreciation. I, Dr. Sajad Ali Mangi, on the behalf of Conference Chair, Second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference 2021, I would like to present Certificate of Appreciation to Professor Dr. Abdul Sattar San, Chairman, Department of Electrical Engineering, Qaid-e-Awam University of Engineering and Technology, Engineering, Science and Technology, Nawabshah, Pakistan, as a keynote speaker in Second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference for your very nice presentation and your precious time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sayed.
Now I would like to request our another speaker. She joined us from UTHM Malaysia, Dr. Sarala Tulsi. Dr. Sarala Tulasi.
Hello, Dr. Sajad. How are you?
Welcome, doctor. I'm fine.
Can you hear me?
Thank you very much for your presentations today, and it's my precious and our great honor that you are in front of us as virtually. And inshallah, in future, we will organize a physical conference and we will invite you.
It's good. Yeah.
Thank you. You may proceed for the presentation, please.
Thank you. Yeah. Can you see the slides, please? Dr. Sajad, can you see the slides, please?
Yes, doctor, it is visible. You may proceed, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hello, everyone. Good day to all. In the first place, thank you very much for inviting me here to share some ideas So today, I would like to share some information regarding a research that we conducted entitled Profile of Soft Skills Among Malaysian Technical University Students. Ladies and gentlemen, mastering English as second language has been a great challenge to both educators and learners. Nowadays, hard skills and soft skills in language subjects are emphasized so that graduates are versatile and ready for employability in terms of knowledge and skills. Therefore, the graduates from universities will be prepared to undergo the job-seeking processes. A good grasp of soft skills also is useful at workplace for a good communication ability. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of soft skill has been emphasized in the module produced by the Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia. It is also further emphasized in the Malaysian blueprint as well. Two commonly emphasized skills in cognitivism are the problem-solving skills and also critical thinking skills. These also include are also included in the subjects taught in the universities, such as English for occupational purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the skills. First, critical thinking skill. It involves high-level thinking skills. It is a form of evaluation process that requires evidence in drawing conclusions and considering alternative explanations. It also aims to produce bases for evaluation such as interpretation, analysis, evaluation, and many more. And university education with intervention activities could help enhance and improve students' critical thinking skills. Therefore, thinking skills of university students should be enhanced so that they are prepared to face global challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the next critical thinking skill, which is the problem-solving skill, soft skill, which is the problem-solving skill. As we know, this is also one of the domains of cognitivism. Problem-solving skill is important as students are about to begin a new section of life upon graduation. It needs to be cultivated among the learners by educators while the students are studying at institutions such as universities. Problem-solving skill also enhances critical thinking skills to help students perform well, not only in academic tasks, but also in real-life circumstances. Therefore, problem-solving skills would be very important and relevant to ensure the mastery level of the characteristics of soft skills among the university students. Next, let's look at the significance of the skills for the students. Incorporating soft skills in education is crucial. Educators need to deliberately emphasize soft skills while conducting lessons. The mastery of soft skills such as critical thinking skill and problem-solving skills are not easily tangible. So this is the problem, and it requires more attention. Therefore, an instrument such as profile is necessary to be established at university level to be used to determine the student's mastery level of soft skill taught in related courses. Thus, this pilot study was conducted to address two research objectives. First, to validate the profile, which is the instrument developed. Second, to identify the reliability of the items of the soft skill elements. So let us look at the methodology. A pilot study was conducted quantitatively using a profile, which is the instrument. About 119 respondents who were the students from a technical university in Malaysia participated in the study. The data was analyzed in two phases. First, the Fleiss-Kappa analysis was used to obtain the validity of the profile. Okay. The analysis was conducted based on the results of 3 experts' review of the profile. Second, for the reliability of the profile, RASH analysis WinStep version 3.69 software was used to conduct examination of the functionality of the item construct based on 4 aspects. First, testing the person and item reliability and separation index. Second, detect the polarity of the item by measuring the construct based on point measure correlation. Third, determine the dependent items based on standardized residual correlation value. And finally, testing the item fit. So, ladies and gentlemen, based on the analysis, the results were tabulated. Table 1 shows place kappa analysis. The value obtained for critical thinking was 0.907. For problem solving skill, the kappa value was 0.95. Therefore, the overall value for the elements was K equals to 0.95, which indicated a very good level of agreement among the 3 experts. Next, the percentage of agreement for each element was also identified, and it was found that for critical thinking skill, it was 91.7%, and for problem solving skill, it was 93.35%. Therefore, the overall agreement percentage was 92.525%, which exceeded 80%. Therefore, this finding actually indicated that all 3 evaluators provided very good level of agreement for the profile, the instrument. Therefore, the results confirmed the validity of the profile. Next is the reliability. For this, RASH model was used to determine the person and item reliability. Table 2 shows the range of alpha Cronbach scores and the reliability interpretations used in the study. In order to enable research instruments to be used in the research, the acceptable alpha Cronbach values should range from 0.70 to 0.90. So let us look at figure 1. This is based on our analysis. The alpha Cronbach value obtained was 0.99, which showed a very good result. The value of person reliability was also high, 0.96. The value for separation index was also high, 4.84, which showed that there were 5 strata of ability levels identified in the sample group. Therefore, this shows a very good result for the person reliability. Next is the item reliability. Figure 2 shows the result for item reliability. The value for reliability obtained for the study was 0.68, which actually indicated an acceptable value. Therefore, these items could be used to measure what it should measure in the study. Next, item polarity. It is obtained by identifying the point measure correlation to detect construct validity at earlier stage of the study. Based on the results, there was no negative values detected in the point measure correlation. The smallest value was 0.75, which showed that the items moved in parallel with other items and were able to measure what should be measured. So the details are shown in figure 3 below. Okay, so this the figure actually shows the value of point measure correlation where there is no negative value found here. Okay, next is the standardized residual correlation. Ladies and gentlemen, RASH analysis is able to identify if an item is leaning against another item or not. The correlation values between items exceeding 0.7 indicate that the items are interdependent with reference to mean square value. This pilot study and analysis shows, as shown in figure 4, there were no overlapping items as the correlation between the competency items was less than 0.7. This means that there was no similarity in the characteristics among the items as they did not share the same dimensions. Therefore, the items are considered reliable. Next, item fit, the last characteristics. The accepted mean square value, output value for the Likert scale is within the range of 0.6 to 1.4. The items are said to be easy to predict if the value of Z standard is less than 0 and difficult to predict if the value exceeds 0.00. The acceptable range would be plus minus 2.00. However, Z standard can be ignored if mean square value is accepted. Based on the results obtained from our study in this case, 2 items were detected to have mean square value out of the accepted range. So this is the data. It shows the mean square output in fit and Z standard value. So here we can see that 2 items were highlighted and it had to be removed from the construct, from the profile. Okay, for summary, table 3 shows the summary of the item functionality examination. The analysis of the pilot study found that 2 items had to be dropped for not meeting the requirement of the analysis of the profile items. This means that 38 out of 40 items in the profile were identified as suitable. Thus, majority of the items were reliable to be maintained in the profile to be used in actual study. For conclusion and recommendation, 2 objectives of the study were achieved. First, the profile instrument was validated by 3 experts who confirmed the profile with a high validation value, K equals to 0.95. Secondly, the items were found to be reliable to measure the 2 soft skills, which are the critical thinking and problem solving skills. Only 2 items had to be removed. Therefore, based on the findings, the developed profile can be used to measure the university students' soft skill abilities, especially for critical thinking and problem solving skills. For recommendation, the profile is hoped to help university educators to obtain reliable feedback regarding the mastery of soft skills among university students so that improvement can be done sufficiently. The application of soft skills can be utilized by students as a preparation for a very challenging world in the current and future era. Lastly, this profile also can be replicated and used, hopefully it will be useful in other educational settings and courses to obtain the maximum benefit of it. And last but not least, hope you have benefited a little bit from this research, from my sharing. Therefore, thank you for listening and stay safe, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Sajid and the team. You are doing a good job.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarala. Now, I would like to request participant if they have any question, so can ask question from Dr. Sarala. If there is no any questions, then I may proceed for the present a certificate of appreciation to keynote speaker, Dr. Sarala.
No question, perhaps.
Okay, now I would like to request to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Sarala. I, Dr. Sajad Ali, on the behalf of conference chair and on the behalf of IC student chapter, I would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Sarala from UTHM Malaysia as a keynote speaker in this second international multidisciplinary digital conference 2021. Thank you very much, Dr. Sarala, for your presentation and your precious time. And inshallah, you will be supporters and cooperators in our future conferences.
Thank you. Thank you to you. Thank you
Thank
to
you. Thank
your
you.
team.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
Yes, and now I would like to request our another keynote speaker from Dawood Engineering University, Karachi, Dr. Sajid Hussain Sial. Welcome, Dr. Sajid Sial. You may please proceed your presentation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My voice is clear, Dr. Sajad sir?
Yes, doctor, your voice is okay.
Thank you, Sajad sir, for providing me such a nice opportunity to share some work regarding the energy storage devices. Basically, I'm giving a little introduction. I'm Dr. Sajid Hussain, working currently as Chairman Department of Metallurgy and Materials in Dawood University of Engineering Technology, Karachi. I have done my bachelor's from Mehran University and a master's from NED University and PhD from Beijing University of Chemical Technology. Currently, I'm working here in Dawood University. This is in a downtown, in a main center city of the Karachi. And I welcome you all to visit here, and inshallah, we'll arrange some programs for you people. Then these are some facilities here in my department, and we are basically working in materials and having such a great facility of material testing, material synthesis, and high-tech of scanning electron microscope, and some having simulations, lab, metallography, spectroscopy, heat treatment, corrosion, and foundry. These are some overview of our labs. You can see here the material synthesis, characterization, lab, material testing, corrosion, lab, metallography, and foundry as well. Hello. Dr. Sajad, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, doctor, you are audible. Please proceed.
You can see me. I'm sorry, I have just break my connection. So
okay,
I'm just giving you some details about some facilities in our department, in our university, especially in the materials department. So these are some corrosion production lab having some very extraordinary equipments. And I welcome the people who are working here in Karachi or in surroundings. They are contact us and they can use us these specialty, and they will use in civil engineering as well. So this is our faculty with the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Pro-Vice Chancellor, and the Registrar of the University, including me and my faculty. These are the outlines of my presentation about intro, then materials, methods. We applied for making some energy storage devices, how we make the research strategy, and in the end, I will give you some summary and future outlook. Why we choosing this particular topic for energy storage devices? Because we need some high type of their strong and tough value, or we can say that we need some high energy or power requirements to make we can reach at the level of multifunctional or high performance of energy storage devices. So these are some key importance of our work. So as everybody knows about the battery is basically having 2 or more electrochemical cells, which having component of anode, cathode, and electrolyte. This is a very simple construction of our lithium-ion batteries. It includes also comprised of cathode materials. Basically, cathode is a very interesting discovery of the cathodes. We can utilize the lithium cobalt oxide, lithium manganese oxide, or lithium nickel oxide, or lithium iron phosphate oxide. We can utilize as a very active cathode materials for making our assembling in a battery. So this is another component of anode material. Anode is also very important to make a very strong energy storage devices, as many of us are very known about this anode materials. Actually, this is graphite. A lot of work is going on the anode materials. But what is my specialty? We have basically, especially in my PhD work, I have done my research on electrolytes. Basically, electrolyte is also act as a medium for the movement of ions, and some are the liquid electrolytes. And now the new advancement, new innovations, we are proceed towards the solid state electrolytes. Means it's a combination of inorganic and organic compounds, or we can say ceramics and polymers. So this is basically comparison between the liquid electrolytes and the solid electrolytes. Why we need to replace or to bring this all solid state electrolyte battery? Because in a liquid we are facing some problems like leakages, like narrow range operating temperatures, are somehow they are explode upon when the temperature, when the pressure will enhance in a battery by giving them a voltages, so it will explode. Even you have some there are a lot of examples of explosion of laptops and electric vehicles in previously. So why we choosing this particular topic? Because everywhere are currently we are using this lithium ion or lithium metal batteries as energy storage devices. Therefore, it's a very important to be to make such type of very strong battery on the basis of solid polymer electrolytes. And we are very sure and also assured that will enhance the conductivity and storage capacity of the battery or cell. And these solid polymer electrolytes or solid state electrolytes also provide some high temperature resistance. Even they are, we can use this type of solid polymer electrolyte for the application of large vehicles, because we are converting from light means to heavy vehicles in future. So these are a lot of work have been done in solid polymer electrolytes or electrolytes from 1950s. A lot of ceramics materials have been utilized till 2021, and there's a lot of work also under process. So these are some developments. Even there is another development have been arising by using the PEO, means polymer electrolyte. Even polymer electrolytes using with a simple electrolyte materials to enhancing the capacity in a different way. And in my right side, if you see here, they are solid polymer electrolytes utilized with a PEO, means polymers and the ceramics materials are combined together to form a non-lithium based materials. So a lot of work have been done previously till now. These are basically the main issues, incidents which are happened previously due to short circuiting as I told you that they are happen due to the explosion upon the heating by a thermal runway, are somehow they are the narrow ranged operating temperatures to creating these problems. If you see in the right screen of the laptop, you will observe some recent incidents which are happened due to the mechanical abuse, due to electrical abuse, or to thermal abuse. So again, I'm showing some pictures regarding the Tesla electric cars. Previously, the major accident happened. What is the reason behind about this happening of incident? Because some major concern about lithium dendrite. Lithium dendrite actually happens due when we are adding the chemicals or solid solutions or liquid electrolytes, it making a battery. So after some time, that will create some explosion or fluctuations in the batteries. So there also here some examples, some solutions for describing the major issues by regulating the electrolyte component. Somehow the problem also solved, and they also give a proper design structure of an electrode, which also supported the batteries, lithium-ion batteries. Even they also changed the interfaces design to make an effective battery. And at the end, from the solutions, they give a solid electrolyte design to make ceramics with a PU to form electrolyte. Even the progress has been carried with the passage of time by using the blending, chemical cross-linking, and skeleton structure technique, and multi-layer composite. These are the progress which are done by utilizing the organic and inorganic composites to form or to make a solid state electrolyte. But what we have done, we just given some solution in an extraordinary level by using the UV light to form this materials, which we can call as a solid state polymer electrolyte. Means we use a ultraviolet light to form this solid state electrolyte, which also giving the solutions of the problems which have the conductivity of the mechanical problems of the batteries, lithium dendrite problems, even the flexibility or a low interfacial resistance. And they all are directly hit at reducing the capacity of the batteries. So this is my strategy by using the UV light to solve the problems. That initially we synthesize the LATP. What is the LATP? LATP is basically a ceramics materials which are named as a lithium, aluminum, titanium phosphate oxide. Basically, this is the nanomaterials of very small powders. Initially, I will show you how we can prepare a different type of ceramics materials, and after that we added with a polymers that will called as a solid state electrolytes. When we added the LATP in ceramics material with a polymers, and that will become a solid state electrolyte. And after that we used in a lithium metallic batteries. Here I shown you their level, their ionic conductivity, that how much they have a good pace with a different PU. And I have selected the polymer electrolyte as a polymers to form these materials. Basically the object to improve the electrochemical properties of lithium metal batteries. Even in this way, we can achieve a great mechanical strength, as well as we can solve the short circuiting which happened in the liquid electrolytes. But after addition of these ceramics material, we resolve these short circuiting by replacing the liquid electrolyte. And that is also having a great grip on the liquid dendrite, means lithium dendrite, also suppressed by adding the ceramics materials, means LATP. And that will also develop a novel interfacial engineering, which have the stable SEI. These are methods, experimental methods have been utilized that initially I'll just quickly show you these processes, titanium isopropyl oxide with ammonia, and finally we get LATP in this way. And how much we have taken the measurement of mass ratio of different ceramics and PEO by adding some acetonitrile as a solution, and as a photo initiator we have taken as a benzophenone. So this UV give us a very incredible or very tremendous results. By this is very easy to make this setup in our own labs, by which also improving the wettability and a more significant with an excellent cross-linking. The main method of utilizing the UV that will create a very excellent cross-linking. We can make this material by a simple casting method, but the results of the simple casting method are not stable. Their mechanical strength is very low when we are using without UV. So this is a very extraordinary or simple setup of our membrane. We just make simple molds and we inject it through the injection, and they have, this is the solution we have made, and they are the visual images of solid state electrolytes. Simply, these are the characterization and morphology of our lithium aluminum titanium phosphate oxide. Basically, we have prepared on different temperatures, means at 5, 7, 800, and at the maximum means at aluminum temperature, we have obtained a very extraordinary LATP nanoparticles. So we have applied it to characterize. After that, we use the SEM and TEM. Then we have sought out their nanoparticle size by the using zeta potential, and we also applied to verify our XRD results with HRTM, and they are having a very excellent resemblance with HRTM with the XRD results. So these are the characterization and morphology of our material, which we have developed with a 5, 10, 15, and 20%. But we have selected the optimal percentage of lithium aluminum titanium phosphate oxide with the polymers. This gave us a very extraordinary results. Why? Because we have actually added the materials at the optimal level. Means we have added the 15%, but the results you can mechanical strength you can show as a minimum, means near about the 4. When we added the 15% of ceramics in a polymers, we got about the 9.5 megapascals mechanical strength. This is the ADX results to verify their chemical solutions. And these are some SEM morphology of our membrane with the 10, 5, 10, and 15, and 20%. But we are basically focusing on the 15% of LATP. These are some electrochemical analysis results because our target to get a high conductivity, ionic conductivity, and here you can easily find out that their conductivity is a very high by also having the log and ionic conductivity results about 50% having the maximum ionic conductivity. And this is the linear sweep value about the 5.5. This is also again the very functional results that will, the credit goes by using the LATP that will improve the electrochemical stability of the electrolyte. And here is a lithium transference number of 15% of, you can see the current and time direction that, and we will find by applying, by considering these two before and after polymerization. So these are the lithium transference number of rest of our with a pure PO 5%, 10 and 20% of our nanoparticles of LATP. And these are very interesting results. When we are talking about the fluctuations or short circuiting, you can easily get some idea from this. If we are using the polymer PEO with a benzophenone, you will find a lot of fluctuations during the workable conditions. And when we are adding 15% of our ceramics material in the system, then we will found there's no any fluctuations, and we will found a relatively uniform texture or uniform their process, or you can call it as a stripping process. These are lithium anode images with and without the ceramics materials. When these A and B with showed as a fractured in a rough texture, but when we are adding the ceramics materials and after the cycle, after the 1000 hour cycles, we notice that they showed a very flat or smooth surfaces. This is the cyclic performance, or you can say is the rate performance of the battery. We have found that our discharge capacity is about 159.7 milliampere per hour. And when we are utilizing the PO polyethylene oxide with a benzophenone, you have observed that they are going to be a decreased charge and discharge capacities. At the end, UV irradiated give us a very extraordinary results, having a highest ionic conductivity with a robust tensile strength and a mechanical window. Even a maximum lithium transference number about the 0.77 is a very highest results, and that shows a very excellent results against the lithium dendrite, which I described the problems. Even the solid state electrolyte with a 15% demonstrated a good cyclic stability and a remarkable rate capacity. So this is the future outlook. In future, a lot of research have been going on to reveal other great results, and this also applied in the bio devices as well. The use of electrolyte with a rigid safety requirements, also a proactive packaging and a solid electrolytes. This is matching the three-dimensional and integrated batteries in a flexible substrate with energy. And these are some publications from our side, especially I have done this publication recently. I have published in Applied Energy Materials by means we taking two different ceramics materials to combine together and adding some polymers. This is my profile. You can search me, and you will find many recent research journals articles. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sajid Syal from Dawood Engineering University. Now I would like to request participant, if they have any question, you may ask from Dr. Sajid Syal.
No.
If there is no any question, so
okay. First of all, this is Dr. Imran, Chairman, Civil Sir Syed University. First of all, very nice presentation. I'm from civil background, but thank you for introducing your department. I'm very much interested in that area because we are working on material development, and we are looking for such facilities. So we'll keep in touch, inshallah.
Thank
So
you.
that was just a comment, not any question. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you. You're most welcome here. This is also very near to our university. Anytime you're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Imran. And that's a very good. And then we are intellectual peoples are connected through our virtual conference. Now I would like to present a certificate of appreciation. I, Dr. Sajad Ali Mangi, on the behalf of Conference Chair, Second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference, and on the behalf of ICE Student Chapter, I would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Sajid Hussain Sial, Chairman from the Dawood Engineering University, Karachi, as a keynote speaker in Second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference. Thank you very much, Dr. Sajid Sial, for your precious time and very nice presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to request another keynote speaker from UMP Malaysia, Professor Dr. Ramadan Shah. Welcome, Professor Dr. Ramadan Shah.
Assalamualaikum.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. You may proceed with your presentation.
Okay, right. Thank you. So thank you very much for this invitation. So firstly, I have to sorry about the background is not working properly.
It's okay.
Because I'm using the tablet, so I don't know, cannot be changed. Okay,
it's okay.
Let me share my slide. Just a few minutes. Okay, sorry for tech times. So I have to sharing using the Google Drive. Okay, so sorry. Can we see the slide?
Yes, Prof, it's visible. You may proceed.
Okay, just a few minutes because no, it's loading. I think something's the connection. Okay, right. Okay, so thank you for the chairman of the IMDC conference. Okay, today I would like to present the project that is about the permeable concrete pavements incorporating Rush HS, the black Rush HS converting to the nano size. Okay, my name is Ramadan Shah Putrajaya. So currently I'm the associate professor at the University Malaysia Pahang. Okay, before I continue the main slide of this presentations, okay, I will introduce myself first, just for a few slides because this is the first time for me to join this conference. I think all the participants here or all the keynote speakers we never seen before. So let me introduce myself first. All right, so currently I'm the lecturer in this university. So this is that we call the Sustainable University or the Green University in Malaysia. One of the 5 Malaysian university, the technical university. So they have 2 different campus at Gambang and also at the Pekan. But all the campus are located at the Kuantan, Pahang, Malaysia. Okay, so just a few about my research interests. So this is my current interest. I'm expertise in the highway engineering and also in the pavement porous concrete and advanced concrete technology, and also in the nano material. All right, so this is a few things about my publications, and also about, I have received a few medals especially from the ICE, United Kingdoms, from the Web of Science Global Third Reviewer, and also the outstanding publication for the high impact journal. This is some of the publication from the Web of Science. This is my latest article from Index under Scopus. So actually, I have a few articles for the asphalt mixture or the cement, and the others is about the concrete. Okay, so this is another publication from the Google Scholar. Currently, I have a citation close to the 2,900 something. And also, I'm the part of lead editor and chief editor for a few journals. The Q1 journal, Q2, Q3, and Q4. Like example, the sustainability, the one is the Q1 journal, material science engineering, Q3, civil engineering journal is Q3, frontier material in Q1, material science forum, scale engineering, construction. There is the journal just, there is a baby journal just launching by this year, but have been published 2 volumes by this year. This journal is collaborate with the IMDC conference. Then also I'm the editor board for the Open Civil Engineering Journal. All the journal here is under Web of Science and also the Scopus. And the last one is Journal of the Traffic and Transportation Engineering. All right, so now we talk direct to the main projects. That is about the concrete pavements. I mean the porous concrete. So this is, I'm sure here a few difference between the permeable concrete or refuse concrete or the porous concrete and the normal concrete. Okay, so the difference is about the voids in the mixtures. Okay, so this is my current project. So actually this project has been done on 2018, and then I'm continue for the differentiate the particle size and try to convert to the nano size. So I think all of this know about what this what is it? What this name of the famous one? This is the Rashas. Okay, from the Rashas, we collected the raw materials after burning process by the farmer. Okay, from this then we mix to the concrete, pavement concrete. Okay, so and then this is the product. The porous concrete. So actually, what is the advantage is the porous concrete can be the flow water is directly comparing to the other flexible pavement. Okay. Okay, and then you can see here the difference refuse of porous concrete in the dry one and the wet one that we call the normal roots. Okay, so we can see the this is a good one for the skid resistant for the root and also for the sleeping. Not sleeping sleep the person, the sleeping of the tire when touching the surface of road. Okay, so this is how we preparing the sample. So from the Rashas, the black one, and then we move to the nano. So we are using a few methods to crushing the material until the small size. Okay, so this instrument actually I'm developed by myself. I think this instrument has been used for a few universities in Malaysia. I think 3 or 4 universities has been used like this. We have some collaborations about the fabricates the instruments, including the UTHM. Okay, so this is the final products of Black Rahash S. in the nanoparticle. Okay, so the nano size is between 10 to 100 nano that we call the nano size. Okay, so this is the main process actually. All right, so now I'm sure a few things about the what we can see from this figure is, so this is the difference between the particles of the rashas before and after convert to the nano. So on the left one, the top one is the cement, the original one. And then the rashas, the black rashas is like the crocodile. Okay, so they are the biggest particles. And then when we go to the nano, it becomes more smallest. And S1 is the short name for the nano number 1, meaning is the first grinding is around something like that, 5 hours. And then NS2 and S3, so they have a different process to produce the smallest nanoparticle. Okay, so this is oh sorry. Okay, this is the figure that shows the nano from Rashas S in pavement concrete. Okay, so on the top, on the left one, that is 0% nano, meaning it's only the cement. Okay, when the cement include in the concrete, so they will have calcium silicate hydrate. That one is good for the improvement of the concrete. But the calcium oxide is good for the early day. I mean the early eggs. Then when they come, example 90 days, so it becomes something like the corrosion. Okay, so what we can see the difference here when include the nano from the Rashas S. So we seen is many calcium silicate hydrates in the concrete structure. Okay, so when many silicate hydrates and also some of them the calcium oxide, so this will be improve the strength of the pavement concrete. Okay, so I'm sure here some of the results from the test. So this is the important result that is about the strength. The mixed design for the porous concrete based on the British standards is only 20 MPa. Okay, so you can see the red line on the vertical line. So that one is the baseline of the concrete of the strength. Okay, for the control, and then we can see when the 19 day, so the highest is when replaced with the 10% cement replacement. Okay, so this I'm sure the some of the tests about, and then you can see the difference is for the porous is use many of the aggregates, of course aggregates comparing to the fine aggregate. Okay, and then this is another important for the porous concrete because we need to see the permeability on the surface. If permeability is too low, meaning is that is the flexible pavement. Okay, if highest permeability, so meaning is the water can be flow very fast. You can see now for the 40% is up to 0.3 centimeter per second. Okay, so like this will be happens on the real conditions. So when they come water on the tops, and then the water is filtrates directly to the bottom of the structure pavement. Okay, so this is the conclusions. I just take for less than 10 minutes because the time is very crucial for us. Okay, so the conclusion is the optimum nano replacements. The best one using in the concrete pavement is 10%. This is based on the strength, based on the probability, and also I'm not sure here. Another important properties test, like example the fracture and then the skid resistance, And then the sound absorption also is another critical part for the porous concrete pavement. But I'm not, I'm not present here due to the times constraint. Right. So and then another one is the a certain amount of the nano has increased the strength, permeability of the concrete. But if we use the highly replacement, so some of the performance will be decreased. So I think based on these projects, so we have concluded that 10% is the highest level replacement for the permeable concrete can be used. Okay, so that all from my parts. Thank you very much for all attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramadan Shah. Now I would like to request participant if they have any question, so you may ask.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Assalamualaikum. Hello, Assalamualaikum. This is Dr. Muhammad Mahbub. Hello. Dr. Ramadan, this is Professor Dr. Mahbub, Professor in SSUG Civil Department.
Yes, hello.
Yes, thank you very much. It was very nice and very knowledgeable topic. My final year students, they are also doing it on similar trend. They are, you have used a husk here and up to 10%. They are using some other lightweight material, replacing up to 20 and 25% of cement. And we are comparing the strength of the concrete and with other characteristics of concrete. In other way, that sometimes we call it as admixture, and that is replacing cement particles. Well, thank you very much. I would like to contact with you in this contact because we have similar topics, similar, you see, interest. Very nice. Thank you, Dr. I'm done.
Yes, you are welcome from.
Thank you, Dr. Mahbub from Sir Syed University, Karachi. And thank you, Dr. Ramadan Shah. Now, this is also a field of this is a field of interest. I'm also doing research, and my students are doing research on the rice sketch and the sugarcane bagasse. So, may I ask a question?
Oh yes, sure.
Okay,
sure.
okay. Doctor, actually, when you are grinding for 33, 48, and 63 and 81 hour, it's too much time because we are living in the country like Pakistan. There are the energy crisis. So when we grind it to achieve the nanoparticles about 81 hour, so it taking a huge amount of energy. So in terms of cost comparison, if we replace the OPC with the black rice huskets nanoparticles, then I think it is very difficult for the developing countries. So what is your kind suggestion for that?
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Sajjad. It's very strong question. Okay, so actually I'm trying to reduce the times. What I said on producing the nano. That's why we are trying from 5 hours, 10 hours. So we want to determine which time is the best for producing the nano. Actually, if you want to use the nano from the industry, so just direct go to the company to get it. That one, they are not using any grinding process. But this project, I'm developed the instruments for the grinding. But I think this is that you like mentioned for the developed country is not suitable use, because we waste further times and then waste the money lah, because there are a lot of money need to use for the spend of the electricity. Okay, because this is the research, so I cannot decide what is the main contributions for the like the developed country or the another country. Okay, or maybe we need to discuss later with Dr. Sajjad.
Yeah. Thank you. And inshallah, we will collaborate in this research. Very interesting research. I'm also interested on utilization of rice husk ash and sugarcane bagasse ash. And thank you very much for your precious time. Now I would like to present a certificate. I, Dr. Sajad Ali Mangi, on the behalf of conference chair, I would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Ramadan Shaya Putrajaya, UMP, Malaysia, as a keynote speaker in second international multidisciplinary digital conference organized by IC Student Chapter, Department of Civil Engineering, Mehran University of Engineering and Technology, Shahid Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur, Miras, Pakistan. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramadan Chaya, for your very nice presentation and your precious time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Terima kasih. Now I would like to request another speaker from IBA Sakhar, Dr. Gullav Shah, to please present your keynote presentation.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Can let me share my screen. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay. This is Dr. Gullav Shah, Assistant Professor from Sakhar IB University. And I'm thankful to Dr. Sajjad for including me in this second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference. And the topic that I'm going to talk today is about the path towards quality education and sustainable development. This is my short profile. I have done PhD, MS and MBA from Sakhar IB University and PhD in 2019 from Aix-Marseille University, France. Currently, I have an affiliation with Sakhar IB University. As I already told, I'm also the section editor of Human Resource Management of Sakhar IB Business and Management Journal. The research interest in my research interest includes leadership, corporate social responsibility, and a bit of women entrepreneurship as well. I have been reviewing papers from different international journals, including Journal of Business Ethics, Business Process Management Journal, and many other journals. And I have been reviewing the papers from international conferences like Academy of Management and the British Academy of Management and Europe conferences from time to time. So that was my little bit introduction. So moving towards the sustainable development goal, quality education and path towards sustainable development. So I will be talking here about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, particularly Sustainable Development Goal number 4, that is about the quality education and sustainable development. So United Nations is doing a commendable job in favor of the sustainable development of the whole planet, with the declaration of 2015 entitled as a Transforming World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The United Nations has drawn up an action plan that includes a series of sustainable development goals. And more specifically, the Sustainable Development Goal 4 refers to the promotion of quality education with the specifically the target number 4.7, which is objective under Sustainable Development Goal 4, is the need for all students to acquire the knowledge and skills to promote the sustainable development. And according to the UNESCO as well, in 2015, that education must and can contribute to a new vision of sustainable development goal. So this goal emphasizes on quality education and ensures the equitable and inclusive quality education and promotes the lifelong learning opportunities for all individuals. And if we see closely this agenda focuses on shifting of fundamental thoughts and recognizing the dynamic interlinkages between 3 dimensions of life, like economic, social, and environmental. So this drives the integrated and universal development in all of the nations of the world. Not only this, but through education, we can achieve many other sustainable development goals, which are specified in the Sustainable Development Goal that are to be achieved by 2030. Like through education, we can achieve many other goals, such as the people can break the vicious cycle of poverty when they are able to obtain quality education. And through education, the inequalities can be reduced, and it also empowers the people to live more sustainable and healthy life. So education can also foster the tolerance in all people and make the society more peaceful. So you see, from one goal, we can achieve many other sustainable development goals as well, if we are able to achieve quality education. So as I already talked a bit about, there are different targets which are under the umbrella of Sustainable Development Goal 4. One of the target to achieve is by 2030, ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyle. So human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of a peace and non-violence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. So this target, if you look closely, this target is very novel and interesting, that education must include information about sustainable development, human rights, peace, and other related things. Education is something we take for granted because this is not available to a lot of people around the world. However, we take it for granted. So education is believed to make and influence the thoughts and actions of the people, and time is changing, particularly for the higher education institutions, because they are asked to both articulate and demonstrate how they are making a positive impact in the world, particularly how they are training their students to make more sustainable life towards sustainable approach towards the natural resources and other resources that are limited in number. So I was talking about the sustainable development, but we need to understand what is sustainable development, how it has been defined. So sustainable development is a major global challenge. The most critical issue of our period is sustainability. What is sustainability? That is how to protect the planet's natural environment and resources while creating prosperity and well-being for a growing population. So one of the definition is that that defines sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their needs. And this sustainable development goal collectively comprises of social, economic, and environmental objectives, which colloquially known as people, profit, and planet. Sustainable development does not only focuses on this economic development, as I already said, it also includes the environmental sustainability and social inclusion. So this includes poverty eradication, combating inequality within and between communities, countries, and in the world as a whole, protecting the environment and preventing violent conflict and destruction of the societies, and many other efforts that are creating the sustainable economic growth that benefits everybody. So all levels of education, and particularly higher education institutions, higher education are crucial if we are to achieve this and to develop and progress sustainably. So it is because of this virtue of higher education's responsibility they have taken to train and develop the future leaders and policy makers in a more sustainable way. So ATIs, higher education institutions, have been engaged in a different activities which promotes the sustainable development, such as signing declaration, devising policies, implementing action plans, focusing on teaching and learning, conducting assessment and reporting, governing institutions strategically, managing operations sustainably, engaging with communities, and restructuring of curricula based on the modern world, which is the need of the time. So all these in calculation and integration results reveal that there is a gradual growth in sustainable campus practices, outreach programs, and academic research in education for sustainable development, which we see around us as well. But it is at the initial stage, particularly in terms of developing countries like Pakistan. So if we look at the literature regarding the quality education and sustainable development, HEIs in different countries weight the sustainability differently. For instance, research shows that 60% of HEIs from the entire of Europe, while 40% of HEIs from North America and Australia made efforts for sustainability. Moreover, one of the studies says that found that 80% of HEIs from Europe, 16% from America, and only 2% from Africa and Asia focused on education for sustainable development. So, and more recently, there is a study of Manan and Suresh, and they analyze the research output in terms of sustainability for higher education, and they found that USA has produced 20% of the publications, and Europe with 15%, UK with 12%, and Asia only with 10% of the research on sustainable for higher education. So if we see, these statistics shows that the status of higher education in Asia is implementing and promoting the sustainability is under-analyzed despite serious need for creating and improving knowledge-based societies and economies. And if we look closely regarding the context in which we live in, like Pakistan, which is a developing country, most of the research which is conducted recently, as you see on the as you see on the screen, 2020 and 2021, they shows that there is a lack of sustainability consciousness and lack of teacher preparedness, sustainable development knowledge, and organizational culture is not there that promotes the sustainability. So these are some of the lack of education for sustainable development in Pakistan. And teachers have inadequate knowledge of sustainability. So there is a need for potential of education for sustainable development in different academic programs, especially teachers education programs in Pakistan, is to enhance the students' attitude, not only the faculties, but the students' attitude towards the sustainable development, because we have to train the future generation for future sustainability. So HEIs in Pakistan, some of the recent studies shows that HEIs in Pakistan lack the integration, implementation, and reporting of their sustainable practices. Maybe there are some policies and practices, but the implementation is not according to the policies and practices. There is one of the study recently, Habib et al. 2021 found that there is a little evidence of sustainability in all areas of human higher education institutions, including the curriculum, research, faculty, stakeholders engagement, and governance. So if we see all these things, particularly in context of Pakistan, which is a developing country, because we are talking about sustainable development goals of United Nations, which is to be achieved by 2030. So developing countries are still under analyzed, and they have to make a lot of effort. So there are some recommendations for policy, practice, and research. Human behaviors, there is a need for involvement, inclusion of all levels of society, because human behaviors are causing changes in the entire global environment, which is creating an imbalance in the earth system, which can have catastrophic consequences, negative consequences for the certain parts of the planet. So it is difficult to solve all these environmental problems only by considering the relevant scientific research and sharing it with the decision makers in the world. So it is therefore necessary to involve all levels of society, all stakeholders of society. So in this ambitious context, if we particularly talk about the quality education and HEIs in particular, universities play a leading role to ensure that their efforts in research, social responsibility, and the curricula involving sustainable development have the aim of creating awareness and educating students to achieve these sustainable development goals. And secondly, there is a need for interdisciplinary and integrated and systematic teaching approaches, and more holistic pedagogies are urgently needed to address the today's challenges, like we saw the COVID-19. So as education is one of the more powerful and proven vehicle for sustainable development, so we can utilize that. There is a need for transformation in taken for granted assumptions, which we mostly do regarding the scientific research and the values they engender. Also, one of the recommendation is regarding the moral education for sustainable development. Sustainable development is promoted when the system of education provides the learners, the students, with an opportunity to equip themselves with the moral values, skills, knowledge, competencies that assist them in affecting the personal and community positive changes. So for this purpose to achieve, teachers can play an important role as moral agents, and students can consider mostly the students consider teacher as a role model. So therefore, the understanding and belief of the teachers regarding moral education plays a key role in grooming the personality of the students, of the learners. Finally, academicians also need to reorient their practices, teaching methods to from traditional to more experimental, innovative, and whole person approaches that challenges the fundamental assumptions of mass education. And by doing all this, this is going to be turned into the incorporation of new pedagogical models where students become agents for the change in a learning community. So summing it up, sustainable development goals are not only the challenges especially for the developing countries such as Pakistan, but it is also an opportunity for a Pakistan and other developing countries to improve the living standards of their people through quality education and some other sustainable development goals related. Institutions are well placed in their communities, their countries, their regions to contribute to sustainable development and to implement the sustainable development goals through different methods such as research, knowledge production, skill development, and stakeholders engagement. So Pakistan, being among the most highly populated country, desperately need sustainability in higher education institutions to take the nation out of the economic, political, and social hardships. And this calls for an identification of some of the impeding factors for sustainability at the educational institutions in Pakistan, as these are the universities which contributes towards the sustainable education, innovation, and development which is very daunting to be visible throughout the world. So this is very important. So thank you so much. This is all about my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gulab Shah, for your very nice presentation. Now I would like to turn mics to the participant if they have any questions. So you may ask from Dr. Gulab Shah. If there is no any question, then I would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Gulab Shah. I, Dr. Sajad Ali, on the behalf of Conference Chair and on the behalf of ICE Student Chapter, I would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Gulab Shah from IBA Sakhar on his keynote speech regarding the path towards quality education and sustainable development, a perspective article. Thank you very much, Dr. Gulab Shah, for your keynote speech in second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference organized by ICE Student Chapter Department of Civil Engineering, Mehran University of Engineering and Technology, Shahid Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur Mira. Thank you very much for your very
Thank
nice
you.
presentation and your
Thank
precious
you.
time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Now I would like to request our another keynote speaker from Thailand, Dr. Vorakmal. Please welcome Dr. Vorakmal for her keynote speech.
Hi, hello. Is this audible?
Yes, doctor, it's audible.
Okay, sure. Good evening. Thank you so much to invite me today for the conference. Okay, for my topic is about the same topic with every conference. It's about design thinking, but something addition on is about the more addition from my experience 1 years ago and nowadays have more knowledge a lot. So I would like to share some slides first and very welcome today with the honor to be here seriously. And actually I would like to tell you about this English is my second language and I'm so strong Thai accent. So maybe if you have any questions or if you have some more about the detail you want to share about my my PowerPoint, I'm very welcome after these presentations. Okay, I'm share slide first. Okay, is it audible and visible? It is visible, right?
Yes, doctor, it is visible. You may proceed.
Okay, I'm go ahead. Okay, for the design thinking in 21st century, I would like to introduce myself. Now, like the senior lecturer, faculty of Business and Industrial Development at King Mongkut University of Technology, North Bangkok, Thailand. And now I'm doing in the research project and some design thinking is the main subject for me. And in Thailand, we very give information and design thinking is very important for bachelor, master, and PhD at the foundation course because in Thailand we believe if our new generation have think out of box or something the positive thinking, so my country is gonna be developing very soon. So what about the concept that I teach my student every year like 11 years now already? What did I teach about my students for engineering, for management, and for about human resource management students? What did I teach? About the Thai, very hard to teach them about think everything like the positive thinking and think out of box because as you know, innovation in my country, in Thailand, innovation is not that like compared with the India or compared with the Pakistan. In Thailand is like very low technology, seriously. So that's why Thai government try to put this subject for our student, for my student, my country a lot because they believe if everyone can think out of box, they will get a good job or something like parallel with the innovation. So I would like to show you about the thing about between of these words about the reskill and upskill is, as you know, reskill and upskill is like soft skill for human, right? In human resource management, that you know AI can do everything, and digital disruptions can substitute human, because human sometimes is got human errors, and sometimes is a lot of things that machine can do, but better compared with the human, right? So technology or a lot of things capacity, capability for the human is comparative with the AI is human will be disrupt with the AI in every country, also in Thailand. So that's why reskill and upskill very important. These two words quite similar but not the same. Reskill is mean new skill, but upskill is mean skill that you have but not good enough. So you need to learn and study more for up your skill better. For example, I would like to give you some reskill. What is reskill for me? Reskill for me is new skill that I never know. So maybe I learn to speak Chinese. I learn to do like the speak Hindi, something like that. It reskill for me. Why I need to learn to speak Chinese? Because now in Thailand, you know what? In Thailand, it's like too many Chinese students apply to do BBA and MBA in Thailand because the cheap and international and very international and English language, and if the free comparative with the in China is cheaper, something like that. So that's why I need to learn about the Chinese for other my option, because as you know, in Thailand nowadays we have very low newborn, no baby, no newborn, because it's like everything economic crisis and everything expensive for the living cost. So new generation deny to like marriage because it's like a lot of cost happen in the future, something like that. So that's why Thai University need to find a new market. China is the answer. So that's why Chinese is the important for lecturer and teacher. And the other option is like Korea also, because for the high school, international school in Thailand is cheaper than international school in Korea. So some of parents from India, for Koreans, they moved to Thailand for enter to international school because it's cheaper comparative with the Korea. So that's why some of teacher now they try to like the third language is like the Koreans. Yeah, it's the skill. Yeah, this one I would like to give you a little bit sample from my side. And for the upskill, what is upskill? Upskill is me now. I'm like the associate professor, right? So if I want to up my skill, so I need to publish my article, my papers in Scopus or in some good journal, right? In the first tier or the second tier, something like that. And if I'm public paper like the 5 paper on Scopus and very good high index, something like that, I will get promoted from my university. So that we call upskill. But before I gonna get to promote, I need to add some more about the knowledge, how to publish. and need to understand for the reviewer what they like rewrite again and again, not only one time, maybe 10 times, and at the end some reviewer or editor they deny my paper, so I need to find out about a good cause for research writing, something like that in English, because it's English is not my first language, right? Something like that. Okay, and this one I'm gonna show you about a little bit reskill and upskill. That's one is not the same. Okay, so I would like to tell you moving to about the why organization need to step beyond digital disruption, because every organization start with human development. So this was some research from World Economic Forum report that 50% or more of workers need to add new skills, reskill by 2022. Is that next year? What they recommend? They recommend about conceptual framework and cultural. That what is that mean? It means today we have the cultural. I'm Thai, and from my side in Thailand, and the organizer from Pakistan, right? So we can mix and like we can share the knowledge. This one we call soft skill also, because maybe it's at the end from the audience can, oh, this something like the Thai accents or something like that, and I can understand from my side. I can understand about the Indian accent and Pakistan accent also, something like that. Okay, and okay, what moving the next, the people, human center, what is important? Why it's important? Because in human resource management, we believe the theory of human resource management believe that human can develop every minute, every month, every year. So learning society is the answer. We can share about the questions, we can share about the answer, and the good course in internet, very a good course, such as the course Hero or something academia or something research get is learning society. If you have some question, you can like write questions on the board, and a lot of research they will share about the answer. This one, that's the best way for the soft skill. Why I said is the best way, because it's like the turning point for the future challenge for the soft skill organization development. As you know, if we have a lot of in design thinking concept, is mean a lot of idea is good. A lot of idea, many idea is worthy to try. Don't cut anything, you know. Yeah, that's why is learning society is very good and very effective in design thinking. Okay, for the new skill and for the new workforce, what is that mean? It mean mechanism a good that technology skill, social skill. What is that mean? Social skill. Social skill is mean communication. Sympathy must be improved, and critical thinking skill to allow workers to make a thing that AI cannot do. This one is easy concept from McKinsey, right? Okay, moving to 5 important skills in modern works language, as I told you in the beginning. And the second one is using computer. And the next one is analytical calculations with the data analysis. For example, and something like the statistic also including. That's why the subject for the foundation of engineering and management is like statistic and researcher, something like that. And next one is communication, interaction, and the next one is but also have to necessary skill. Also, it's like think about positive thinking, something like that. So what is upskill? Upskill, I already told you, is about professional today need to invest in upskill as a relevant course, ensure that you address to the gap into your knowledge or your skill, especially after a career break, and relevant is to go in your area, say by Vina Sahars, Assistant Professor from Human Resource Management at the SP Jain School of Global Management, Singapore. Is mean professional nowadays. I can conclusion for your guy is like today professional need to upskill and reskill also, because it's like students much more get the student will be much more better than us if we not upskill, because they born with the technology, as you know, but we not, right? I'm 44. I'm not born with the technology. I'm born with I'm the teenager at 19th century, something like that. Okay, and okay, let's moving to the concept of design thinking. This one, for the concept of design thinking from the Stanford School of Design Thinking, the process. This one is to understand for the design thinking process. The first one, empathy. Empathy, what does that mean? Empathy, it means you need to understand the user, what user need, user want, and how to understand the empathy, how to understand the user. You need to empathize, or empathy is the meaning is the same, but as you know in English now, and adjective, it means you need to interview, shadowing, see to understand, not judgmental. How to empathize? You need to observe about their environment, about how they say, about the wording, about behavior, about message, about the size, and about the behavior of group. I need to insight. That's why empathy is the step one, very hard. And if design thinking will succeed in the future, empathy is will occur in like between 6 months or two years or something like that. Very hard, because if you want to understand about the user or customer, you need to find about what they like, what they need, or something like that. So the step one for empathy, very hard in design thinking. And the step two is the define, how to define the personal law of objective, decision, challenge, pain point. Because if innovation, and if a producer want to launch a new product, producer need to understand about the user, about their pain point. Why that product is not that good in marketing, or in market, or something like that. Okay, so this one is not that hard. For the second step, is step two is the like flow from the step one, empathize, and going to step three, ideate. What is ideate? Ideate is mean share the idea or idea wordly, and diverse and converse, yes, and thinking. Okay, and this one the ideate, and go to step 4 is prototype, mock up, storyboard. Keep it simple and fail fast, irritate quickly. And the last step is like test with the user, test launch to the market, understand, implement, and what work and low pay and irritate quickly. It means, but in design thinking, irritate quickly is very good. Why is good? Because you can come back to step 1 very fast. If you come back to step 1 very fast, so you can make a new product very soon, something like that. And this one I would like to show you about the step 1. As I told you, in design thinking, step 1 very hard, and I want to tell you why step 1 very hard. Because some of producers still confused about the empathy and sympathy, because some of marketer or some of producer they use sympathy but not use empathy. That's why product cannot launch very good and fail and go back to step 1 again and again. Why I said like that? Because because the producer don't try to empathize. Why I need to say this? Because empathy very hard. These two quite similar, but it's not the same. Empathy is mean I feel how you feel, but for sympathy, I know how you feel. As empathy is mean you need to immerse. That I told you. I will give you some about very easy example. One of my friend broke up with one of my best friend broke up with his boyfriend for like 15 years or something like that. So if I empathy with her, I will feel immersed to her or something like that. But if I'm sympathy, I just I don't say anything, but I will what? I will tell her about it. Oh, go to hang out, find a new guy, too many guys in this world, something like that. This one is sympathy. But empathy, I will like immerse at her and crying with her. Because
Excuse me, doctor. Excuse me, doctor.
Yes?
Doctor, kindly conclude.
Okay.
Because we have very shortage of time. Kindly conclude.
Okay, thank you. And I have too many slides, sorry. Okay. For my conclusion is like we cannot deny technology. So it's about my new projects. I will show you about this conclusion. For my conclusion, for the design thinking, we need to about the develop component of this one mindset. All that thing I talk today is about mindset, intention, excellent contribution, achievement, critical thinking, strategic thinking, think out of box, confident, patience, high IQ, high EQ, high AQ, high MQ, high SQ, high CQ, active and integrative, positive, and learning. That's all we need to learn every day. Okay, thank you so much for today. And sorry that I'm like take a lot of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Worakmal from Thailand. Now I would like to turn mics towards the participant if they have any questions. So you may ask from Dr. Worakmal. So if there is no any questions, I would like to present a certificate of appreciation. I, Dr. Sajad Ali Mangi, on the behalf of Conference Chair, Second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference, and on the behalf of IC Student Chapter, I would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Worakmal from Thailand for her participation as a keynote speaker in Second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference organized by IC Student Chapter, Department of Civil Engineering, Mehran University of Engineering and Technology, Shahi Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur, Miras, Pakistan. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your precious time and very nice presentation.
Thank you so much. Bye bye. Take care. Stay home.
Have a nice day.
You too.
Now we have another keynote speaker from Saudi, but she's facing some technical issues. So now I would like to give a chance to Dr. Basim from Palestine.
Dr. Basim, you're on mute. Could you unmute yourself, please?
You unmute, right? He audio किए हैं रविंद्र? क्या ना? हाँ पहले कही हाले थी. Mic on. Okay. I check those.
This shows that the bond strength was very strong and tough since the interface failure occurred after the damage of normal concrete. In some cases, the failure occurred only in the normal concrete substrate and no separation between normal concrete substrate and ultra-high performance concrete. This occurred when no roughness was used. The bond strength between ultra-high performance concrete and substrate depends on the surface treatment of the substrate. As the surface treatment increases, the bond strength increases. As the surface rough, this will get
Thank you very much, Dr. Basim. Actually, due to some technical issue, Dr. Basim sent me a recorded video because he have a class on same time. So maybe some due to technical issue. Well, thank you very much, all the keynote speakers and your precious time. Now I would like to request Dr. Nayara Ruzwan. Now I would like to proudly present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Basim Tayo from Gaza University, Saudi, Palestine. The certificate of appreciation is proudly presented to Dr. Basim, Gaza University, Palestine, as a keynote speaker in second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference organized by IC Student Chapter, Department of Civil Engineering, Mehran University of Engineering Technology, Shahid Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Campus, Kharpur Miras. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation and your precious time. Thank you. Now I would like to request our another keynote speaker from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Dr. Nayara Ruzwan. Another keynote speaker, Dr. Shahid Rasul Andros from UK. Okay, now I would like to give a brief introduction about the day one presentations. The day one, we have joined two guest of speakers and the keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker, Dr. Muhammad Haziman Wan Ibrahim, then Dr. Iksan from Indonesia, then Muhammad Fazil Arshad, then Dr. Saima Rajpur, Dr. Samina Rajpur, then Professor Dr. Abdul Sattar San, then Dr. Sarala from UTHM Malaysia, and Professor Fazil Arshad from UITM, Dr. Sajid Syal, Dr. Ramadan Shaya, Dr. Sana Malik from UMT Lahore, Dr. Gulab Sham from IBS Akhar, Dr. Vorakmal from Thailand, and now I'm waiting for our keynote speakers. So If the keynote speakers are, then we can conclude the session 1. Then we will start after break the session 2. Professor Dr. Haider Abbas Muswi, are you there?
Yes, Dr. Sajad, I'm here.
Thank you very much, Prof, for joining us. And on the behalf of conference chair, I would like to welcome you in our virtual conference. Can you please conclude our session 1?
Yes, Dr. Sajad, I'm happy to be here, and I must appreciate your efforts that you have taken for this second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference 2021.
Thank you very much.
Indeed, this is a very good initiative, and must to say that this is in continuation of the first multidisciplinary conference organized by you under the supervision and patronage of Mehran University of Engineering and Technology, Sheikh Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur, especially the management under the management of our worthy Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Abdul Sami Qureshi and his team. This is on behalf of your student chapter, and I must also appreciate their efforts that these students have taken. The student society has taken such types of research steps for the promotion of research culture in Mehran University of Engineering and Technology as a campus, Khairpur. So, first of all, I would like to thanks all the keynote speakers invited in this conference, and specifically you have mentioned the names. Some are in pipeline, some have delivered their lectures, and our worthy guest of honors, first of all, Dr. June Kuncoro from the Consulate General of the Republic of Indonesia, and then also on behalf of the opening remarks and on behalf of the patronage of Professor Dr. Abdul Sami Qureshi Saab. Then I must appreciate and I'm thankful to other participants, as you mentioned, Dr. Sajad, Dr. Samina Rajpur, Professor Dr. Abdul Sattar Sand from Quest Nawabshah, and also the researchers from UTHM Malaysia, Dr. Srala Tulasi, and few are in pipeline, few have delivered, like Dr. Muhammad Hadiman from the UTHM Malaysia, Dr. Muhammad Ehsan, he is the Vice Rector of Narottama University, Indonesia, Dr. Muhammad Fadil Arshad from Malaysia. So also Dr. Indra and Dr. Med Panji, Professor Dr. Engineer Asif Saifuddin. So these are very learned and august speakers we have here in this international multidisciplinary international conference, and we must appreciate their not only the participation but their contribution towards promoting the research culture globally and specifically within the domains of two universities, their parent university and our university, and hopefully this trend will continue to yield the benefits and profits for the students and faculty of both the universities. Specifically, the researchers have produced very good research in their domain, in their fields, and hope that all of us, including the faculty of the universities involved and the students of the universities involved, must get benefit from it. Not but the least but not less, the appreciation goes also to your team, Dr. Sajad, that your team, your QEC team and your faculty team, specifically your chairman of the department and all others companions who have taken participation and have played role in conducting this conference is vehemently appreciated, and hope that this trend will not end and will be continued and will see its fruits in the third international conference under your distinguished leadership. So thank you very, very much, and thank you for hearing me, and thank you for inviting me here for this international conference, the concluding remarks. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Haider Abbas Muswi, Director Academics, Mehran University of Engineering Technology, Sheikh Zuruf Karali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur Miras. Now I would like to request all the participants, please switch on your camera. And before that, I would like to present a certificate of appreciation to our worthy Director Academics, Professor Dr. Haider Abbas Muswi. So on the behalf of Conference Chair, I would like to present a certificate of participation to Professor Dr. Syed Haider Abbas Muswi, Director Academics, Mehran University of Engineering and Technology, Sheikh Zuruf Karali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur Miras, for his concluding remarks in the second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference. So we have another session after this concluding. We have another special session with the Indonesian speakers. They will talk about the Indonesian research and higher educations. So we have 3 to 4 speakers from Indonesia, different universities of Indonesia. They will discuss about their research and innovation going on in the Indonesia. So now I would like to request all the participants, please turn on your cameras. So we will take a group photo.
Dr. Sayad, I'm trying to turn on, but
it's okay.
As such, there is no light in the university, you know.
Okay.
So
okay.
might I not be able to
it's okay.
Look into. I'm trying to.
It's okay, Prof. It's okay, Prof. Yeah. Thank you. Now you are virtually in a group photo, Prof. I would like to request all the participants, please turn on your cameras as we can take the group photo of session 1. So here we conclude the session 1 and we take the group photo. Then we have another session. The keynote speakers joined from Indonesia. So all participants, please turn on your cameras. This is actually the virtual conference. So we are trying our best, because in the virtual conference, somehow, sometime we face the technical issues. And because the different peoples from different countries joined this virtual seminar, virtual conference. So I really appreciate all the participants for their precious time. They join us here today in the session 1. We have another session, a special session on the Indonesian research and higher education. So on the behalf of conference chair, I'm really appreciate your precious time and your participation in our second international multidisciplinary digital conference. We have another session today. After 10 minutes, we will join again. And tomorrow we have our third session. And because this is 2 days international conference, so tomorrow we have another session. So now we take the 10-minute breaks. After 10 minutes, we will join again this conference. Thank you very much, all the participants and worthy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Assalamu alaikum, dear all participants and worthy keynote speakers. I, Dr. Sajad Ali Mangi, on the behalf of Conference Chair, Second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference, I would like to welcome you again in our second session. In our second session, we have joined Dr. Nayera Rudwan from King Abdulaziz University, Saudi, and Dr. Shahid Rasul from UK, and 3 speakers from Indonesia. They will talk about the innovation in higher studies and about Indonesia. So I would like to welcome all the worthy keynote speakers and guest speakers in this 2 days international conference. For the special session, 3 speakers joined from Indonesia, Dr. Endra and Dr. Mehdi and Professor Dr. SP Safiuddin. So if my pronunciation is wrong, so sorry for that. And Dr. Nayera, are you there?
Yes, doctor. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yes, doctor, you may please share your presentation. You have
sure.
15 minutes for the presentation.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Mehran University for giving me this chance to be a speaker in your prestige conference. Thank you very much. I would like also to thank Dr. Sajad for his invitation and his great effort for organizing for the conference and all the other members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much. The presentation now is in full mode, please. No, it's not. Okay.
Yes, yes, you are visible. You may proceed, please.
Thank you very much. Today, inshallah, we will speak about a very important topic for all of us, which is sustainability, the municipal solid waste management solutions for developing countries. First, what is the definition of municipal solid waste?
Doctor,
Yeah?
can you please turn on your camera?
Sorry, I have a problem with the camera.
Okay,
sorry.
okay, no issue. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. There are many definitions for municipal solid waste. It's vary between countries. A working definition is wastes generated by households and wastes of a similar nature generated by commercial and industrial premises. Some establishments are likely to produce both municipal and non-municipal wastes, which are manufacturing industries, which generates municipal solid waste from offices and industrial wastes from manufacturing processes. Some industrial wastes are hazards and some are not. Also, we have hospitals and other healthcare establishments, services, which generate solid waste management, such as food waste, newspapers, and healthcare hazardous waste contaminated with interfected bodies, fluids, and various chemical and charred objects. Also, we have construction sites which generate some municipal solid waste from offices and constructions and accumulations waste from building works. We have also other major non-municipal solid waste streams include the agricultural waste and mining and quarrying waste. Most developing countries are currently facing serious development challenges that may be enhanced if the same old traditional development plans are still in presence. In the wake of the recently emerged global economic crisis, development challenges are expected to increase as a result of the adverse impact on the capabilities of developed countries to offer needed assistance to developing countries. The United Nations recently released a report that shows the most developing countries are far from reaching the development goals, targets set for the year 2015. So it's very important for developing countries. The impacts are expected to exceed the continuous widening of the gap between the developed and developing countries to the extent that might badly affect sustainable development. To understand the problem in developing countries, let us see the world population here. As the infograph shows, what we are talking about here when we talk about urbanization, how is it going to affect the world in the year to come? Urban infographics on the world urban population provide us with key figures and numbers about cities, development trends worldwide. So we can note here that while 4.439 billion people were living on Earth in 1980, the number had climbed to be 7.349 billion in 2014. It is projected that the world's population will grow to 9.7 billion by the year 2050. Urbanization level in Asia is now almost 50%, while Africa has a relatively less urban population with 43% of the total population being urban. Present, the most urbanization land masses include North America with percentage about 82%, followed by Latin America and Europe. As we can see from these figures. Let us see now the region-wise percentage of the urban population around the world 1950 and 2050. As shown here in the figure, the world urban population has increased rapidly from 751 million in 1950 to 4.2 billion in 2018. While the rural population has decreased, present 55% of the world population is living in the urban areas, which was 30% in 1950, and it has been estimated that around 68% of the world population will be urban by 2015. In this screen, we can see the comparison of world population and carbon dioxide emission. The World Energy Statistics by World Bank showed that 44% of total carbon dioxide emission comes from 17% of the world total population, which is developed nations, while the rest, which about 83% of the world population, which comes from developing and least developed countries, contributes to the rest half of the total emission. So now we can understand the big problem in the for our countries, that we have a big problem in municipal solid waste. The solid waste challenge in developing cities for solid waste management is really a challenge, but it can be easily a crisis if it is ignored. Mountains of solid waste lined the streets in Italy for months at the beginning of the year 2008, where collectors stopped picking up the waste because all of the region's landfills were full. Solid waste management is a major challenge for many cities in developing and transitional countries. The urban areas of Asia were estimated to spend about $25 billion on solid waste management each year in 1998. Also, solid waste management may represent about from 20 to 50% of the city's budget, with 80 to 90% of the spent on waste collection. Collection rates of urban areas vary widely, often in the range of 10% to 70% in cities where the norm for waste disposal is still open damping. Significant increases in the incidence of sickness among children living in households where garbage bags is dumped or burned in the yard. Uncontrolled solid waste clogs drains and causes flooding and subsequent spread of waterborne diseases. For all of these, we have to find solutions. As we see that this is the integrated sustainable waste management framework. When the modernization process started in developing countries in the year 1970, solid waste management was seen largely as a technical problem with engineering solutions. That changes in the year 1980 and 1990, and it became clear that municipals could not successfully collect and remove waste without active cooperations from the service users. Cities also learned that technologies depend on institutional governance and the policy frameworks, which are both highly varied and complex, and directly related to local conditions. There is now proud international consequence for what has come to be known as the Integrated Sustainable Waste Management Framework. As shown here in the figure, it is a systems approach which recognizes three important dimensions, which all need to be addressed when developing or changing a solid waste management system. Let us now briefly talk about these dimensions. These dimensions are, first, the stakeholders, as we see here. This is the stakeholders, which is the people, or organizations with a stake or interest in solid waste management. In another word, who needs to be involved? The second one is the elements. Here, this is the elements, the technical components of a waste management system. In another word, what needs to be done. The third one is the aspects. Here is the aspects which need to be considered as part of a sustainable solution. In another word, how to achieve the desired results. For stakeholders, it means that recognized stakeholders include the local authority. Often unrecognized stakeholders include street sweepers, workers on collection tracks, dump site waste pickers. For the elements, this part of the figure, there are the technical components of a waste management system. Part of the purpose of using the framework is to show that these technical components are part of the overall picture, not all of it. In the figure of this box, in the tops in the top here, this box in the top, all related to removal and safe disposal. And the bottom row here show or related to valorization of accommodations. Solid waste management consists of a variety of activities, including reduction, reuse, recycling, and compositing, operated by a variety of stakeholders at various scales. For the third element, which is aspects. For a waste management system to be sustainable, it needs to consider all the operational, financial, social, institutional, political, legal, and environmental aspects. These form the third dimension in the figure. The aspects provide a series of analytical, which can be used, for example, for assessing the situation, determining feasibility in the identifying priorities, or setting adequacy criteria. But we have a very important step, which is integration. In the frame refers to the linkage and interdependency between the various activities, which is elements, stakeholders, and our tools, stakeholders and points of view, sustainability aspects. Moreover, it suggests that technical, legal, institutional, and economic linkages are necessary to enable the overall system to function all of these. Without integration, we cannot do anything. There is also a very important issue here. In low and middle income countries, there are often a variety of formal and informal, public and private systems already operating, so the basic for a stable mixed system is already in place. What most low and middle income cities miss is organization, specifically a clear and functional institutional framework, a sustainable financial system, and a clear process for pushing the modernization agenda and improving the system's performance. As long as there is no umbrella framework, the mixture remains a cluster of separate parts that do not function well together or at all. Here, there are three case system elements in the framework. As we see here, for public health, this is number one. Number two, for environmental protection. Number three, for resources management. As I don't have much time, so let us speak briefly about each one. For public health, which mean in another word, waste collection, there are different approaches and good practice solutions, which are a good collection service in the city, improving the cost effectiveness and service coverage, keeping the street clean and the drains clean, engaging the users of the system, and creating effective channels of communication between users and providers. For environmental protection, which is in another word, meaning the waste treatment disposal, there are also some suggested approaches and good practice solutions, which is phasing out or upgrading open dams, adapting technologies to local conditions, as well as reducing emissions. For resources management, we have also different approaches, which is reduce and reuse recycle. We can see here, this is the sustainable materials management hierarchy, which we can follow to reduce the solid waste management. If we follow these steps in this hierarchy, we can reduce the waste management in any countries. So let us summarize the suggested solutions for the developing countries, for the cities. Here we can see in the screen the case solutions for successful waste management developing countries. The cities are a mixture of cultures, and so is the variety of solid waste management system. The case solutions may be as follows. Number one, waste management involves a large number of different stakeholders with different fields of interest. They all play a role in shaping the system of a city, but often it is seen only as a responsibility of the local authorities. In the best of the cases, the citizens are considered co-responsible together with the municipality. detailed understanding of who the stakeholders and the responsibilities they have in the structure are important steps in order to establish an effective and efficient system. Communication transfer between the different stakeholders is of high importance in order to get a well-functioning waste management system in the cities in developing countries. Number two, solid waste management is a multi-dimensional issue. Municipalities in general seek for equipment as a path to find solutions to the diversity of problems they face. An effective system is not only based on technological solutions, but also environmental, social, cultural, legal, institutional, and economic linkage that should be present to enable the overall system to function. Number three, solid waste services have a cost as any other services provided by, in general, the expenditures are not recovered. Resources are required with the objective of having skilled personnel, appropriate equipment, right infrastructure, proper maintenance and operation. The financial support of the central government, the interest of the municipal leaders in waste management issues, the participation of the service users, and the proper administrations of the funds are essential for a modernized, sustainable system. Project solution number four, fundamental is to produce reliable data and to create proper information channels with and between municipalities. Decision makers responsible for planning and policy making need to be well informed about the situation of the cities in order to make positive changes, developing integrated waste management strategies, adapting to the need of the citizen, considering their ability to pay for the service. Finally, universities, research centers, and centers of excellence have a very important role in preparing professionals and technicals in environmental fields, including waste management. Some developing countries have already seen the positive effects of investing in education and research by having cleaner cities, citizens assuming their responsibilities and the higher states of solid waste workers. And as I know well that in Mahran University, I know Dr. Sajad working in waste management, as well as I'm interested in this field, and it's very important actually in our societies to work in this field because it is a big problem in our countries. Thank you all. I'm sorry, I forgot to present myself. I'm Yara Rabwan. I'm working as assistant professor in the mechanical department, faculty of engineering, Suez Canal University, Egypt, as well as I am assistant professor and the quality assurance officer for the PhD program in King Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia. This is my email. I'm the contact information. Will be happy for any question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nayara from Saudi Arabia, and she is basically from Egypt. And thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to request participants if they have any questions, so you may ask question from Dr. Nayara. If there is no any question, so I would like to present a certificate of appreciation. So I request Secretary to please present a certificate of appreciation. Can you please share certificate of Dr. Nayara? Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr.
I, Dr. Sajad Ali, on the behalf of conference chair and on the behalf of IC student chapter, Department of Civil Engineering, Mehran University of Engineering Technology, Sheikh Zuruf Karali Bhutto campus, Khairpur, Miras, Pakistan, I would like to proudly present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Nayara Radwan from King Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia, for her participation as a keynote speaker in second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference on Social Engineering and Environmental Issues, organized by IC Student Chapter, Department of Civil Engineering, Mehran University of Engineering Technology, Shahid Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur, Meerut. Thank you very much, Dr. Nayara, for your very nice presentation and your precious time.
Thank you very much, Sajjad, and thank you for all.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like to request another speaker from Indonesia, Dr. Med Panji, University of Singapore, Bangasa, Karawang. So please welcome Dr. Med.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Yes. Your Honorable Webinar host, Your Honorable distinguished international researchers and scholars, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Karawang, West Java, Indonesia. It is an honor for us, Universitas Singapura Bangsa Karawang, to be taking part in this intellectual forum. As a part of the world's academic community, we feel obliged to play a more active role in science and knowledge for the sake of peaceful and progressive world civilization. This is UNSIKA in Indonesia. Yes, we are located in Karawang Regency, which is around 50 kilometers to the east of Jakarta, the capital city of Indonesia. It is within an hour drive from downtown Jakarta in a very friendly traffic condition. Yes, when we speak of UNSIKA, we speak of a long journey of perseverance. Established in 1955 as a private academy, UNSIKA was changed into a private university in 1982. And then following the growth of population and to prevent more students from moving to Jakarta or Bandung for state-supported higher education, UNSIKA then was granted a public university status in 2014. Comprising of 9 faculties and 32 departments or study programs with 16,826 active students and 495 lecturers, UNSIKA is now ready to take off. Yes, UNSIKA is now thriving to become a world-class university under the leadership of our rector, Professor Dr. Sri Mulyani, ACPA, CA. Professor Mulyani has come with brilliant ideas to boost UNSIKA performance through the implementation of independent learning and independent campus. The 2 ways of independence go in line with her campaign tagline, Figur, in Bahasa Indonesia, which stands for financial independence, innovation, good university governance, unity in diversity, and respect for heritage. Professor Sri Mulyani has announced the tagline of UNSIKA Jaya Kini Mendatang dan Selamanya, or UNSIKA Glorious Now, in the future and forever. In addition, Professor Mulyani has recently been inaugurated as literacy ambassador, focusing on digital literacy. Yes. Okay. It is with great pleasure that I share what UNSIKA's recent achievements, all right? We have been selected by respectable judges in our Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology as the 3rd winner of the National League of State Universities Work Units, or the PTN Satker, at 387 development points. We have been selected, the ministry has also granted us the 3rd position at the achievement of 289% key performance indicators, or KPI, for the category of lecturer work used by the community and international recognition. This all clearly shows that UNSICA is fully committed to innovation and hard work in building quality higher education and producing quality graduates. It is with our utmost pride that we have welcomed international students to our campus, although still virtually at present. We have successfully selected 13 international students from 6 partner countries: Pakistan, Sri Lanka, India, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, and Sudan. Those students are now doing their first semester as freshmen in international classes in 7 different faculties. We in UNSICA understand that in order to thrive, it is high time that we open door for collaboration. Until present time, UNSICA has valuable numerous collaboration with universities in Indonesia and overseas. Certain MOUs with foreign universities have been signed and developed into more real actions. The same steps have been taken with our 45 MOUs with national universities. In addition, UNSICA has had the pleasure of engaging deeper with 5 other universities within the framework of MOAs. UNSICA realizes that agriculture has always played a significant role in the development of Karawang Regency in particular, and in Indonesia in general. This becomes UNSICA's strong consideration in collaboration with a government agency and some NGOs in creating an arboretum. This arboretum is dedicated to Faculty of Agriculture students, practicum, and at the same time, empower local farmers communities with scientific knowledge. This all aims to establish synergy of students, lecturers, and the communities in developing agroforestry. Yes, UNSICA is a proud home of a female Olympian, everybody. Melanie Putria, student of Physical Health and Recreation Education Study Program, participated in rowing double sculls class in Tokyo Olympics 2020. Moving on to UNSICA lecturers' academic rank. As UNSICA is still a young state university, most of its lecturers are still in their assistant professor and lecturer rank. However, we are in the process of giving birth to our first local professor this month. Yes, our own professor, that means the professor coming from UNSICA. And with a strong expectation of 2 others within several months. Now let's have a look at what Scopus has recorded about UNSICA. The chart shows how remarkably UNSICA has increased its document production within the last 5 years. The distribution of quartile 1, 2, 3, 4 Scopus Index Journal has also shown a great development. We are very confident that we will be able to boost the number of our Scopus Index Journal. Still with Scopus details about UNSICA, here we can view the number of documents UNSICA lecturers have composed. With 471 citations that they have now, UNSICA, okay, all right, the lecturers feel more encouraged to create and achieve more. UNSICA lecturers have also shown their commitment to writing more journal articles, book chapters, conference papers, way passing the figures of 91, 5, and 78. Now let's move on to what Google Scholar has about UNSICA. Google Scholar has also recorded tremendous rise of citation per year. This year only, the citations of UNSICA lecturers' work have exceeded 5,000, with more to come as year 2021 has yet come to an end. Google Scholar has kindly summarized the number of documents UNSICA has produced and the citations it has got, which reach the number of 5,820 and 23,935. Let's look at what UNSICA has given the lecturers in terms of research grant. The value of the grants distributed by UNSICA for research purposes and community service for its lecturers has increased significantly. The outcomes have multiplied as well, as we can see here. Right? The amount of funding in 2020 reached the number of 3.9 billion rupiahs, whereas this year the number has multiplied, has doubled to 7.1 billion rupiahs. This comes along with the number of research. The number of research conducted in 2020 by UNSICA lecturers reached the number of 131, whereas this year we expect to have 218 research. And the number of community service as part of what we quote so-called as Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi or Three Dedication of Higher Education, which is actually the community service. Last year, we recorded 128, and this year, we recorded 207. This comes to the research of UNSICA in number. The roadmap here, the research plan. The idea development is actually the beginning of all here, and that is within the year of 2020 until year 2022. In year 2022 until year 2025, we expect to have product development and technology and modeling processes. Next step, we will reach product incubation, which will take place between 2022 and 2027. And then in the commercialization comes before the 2029, which is actually between year 2025 and 2029. All is based by innovative, competitive, superior, inspired by the nation's culture, which is actually the vision of UNSICA. This is, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is the research roadmap between 2020 and 2024. We have entrepreneurship, cooperatives, and small and medium enterprises, poverty elevation and food self-sufficiency, local wisdom, sport culture, supporting tourism, characteristics and competitive education, social engineering and rural development, indigenous studies, all come to the great plan of community development through science and technology, innovation based on local wisdom. The outcomes of this is cultural capital index and mapping per region, technology design and food diversification for the advancement of MSMEs, Karawang Superior Village Pilot Model, design of strengthening local national arts and culture as the backbone of tourism. As you can see, we have abbreviations and we have acronyms here. These are the acronyms and the abbreviation. That's Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Computer Science, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Islamic Religion, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Health Science. These are 9 faculties that we have in UNSICA. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to our future collaboration. Together, we shall contribute to the academic world. Thank you very much. I am Made Panji Teguh Santoso.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Yes.
Now I would like to request Alok.
Yes.
Please present the certificate of appreciation on my behalf.
Yes, okay, Dr. Sajat. I will present the certificate. This is a certificate is for appreciation. Yeah, proudly presented to Dr. Made Panji Teguh Santoso, SIPMM, from University of Singapore, Bangsa Karawang. In your recognition on your contribution as keynote speaker in the second IMDC 2021. Once again, thank you very much, Bapak Made.
Thank you very much, Ibu Elok.
Yes.
Thank you very much. My team from Indonesia, Naratima University. Now I would like to request our another speaker, Dr. Shahid Rasul. He joined from United Kingdom. Dr. Shahid Rasul. Please welcome Dr. Shahid Rasul. You may proceed for your presentation, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sajad. And just give me a moment. I will turn on my video. Yes, probably you can see me now, right? Okay. So can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, yes, doctor.
Okay, thank you. Right. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much, Dr. Sajad, for inviting me for this conference. And before I start my talk, I would like to congratulate you for two things. One is for arranging such a wonderful conference where you have got researchers from all over the world, including UK, Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia. So wonderful idea and excellent job. Thank you so much for that. And secondly, recently I came to know that you have been promoted as associate professor. So many congratulations on that as well. So really nice to see. So wonderfully, yeah.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
I know that you are a very hardworking member of the community. So you really deserve that. Wonderful news. Thank you. So the other thing, when I would like to start with my talk. So in fact, this is one of the initiative we have taken from last year and with help of British Council. So this is one of the topics which is very close to me and which is where I would like to add my personal input because I have some personal connections with textiles. So we are bringing the concept of textile circular economy, and that is from Pakistan's perspective. Why? Because Pakistan's textile sector is about 46% of total manufacturing. And it contributes about 9% to the GDP of Pakistan. And Pakistan, as textile sector, it gives about 40% of the total employment. And it is third in the world for yarn production. So what does that mean is that Pakistan's textile sector is one of the biggest sectors which provides the GDP and employment to the people, and it is a bread basket for Pakistan's people. Pakistan has population of about 220 million people, which is a great number in terms of people. And similarly, we need a big sector to support the health, education, and other needs of this big population. So having said that, when I look at the Pakistan's textile sector policy, in previous policy from 2014 to 2019, there are many things have been discussed. That we want to add value addition to Pakistan's textiles, we want to invest in machinery, we want to reduce cost of business, and so on and forth. But one of the things which is missing is that what we are going to do about the sustainable textiles. What we are going to do about its circularity. When I say circularity, what we are thinking from reusing and recycling whatever waste we produce from textile. You can imagine that if there are 220 million people in Pakistan, and if they are using textiles, so there will be many types of waste generated. Either it is solid waste or liquid waste or even gaseous waste in terms of carbon dioxide emissions. Having a big population like that, we need to consider sustainability as one of our policy pillars, and its circularity as a policy pillar for us. Why that is important? This is important, and maybe this is one of the most important thing for Pakistan, that Pakistan in terms of climate risk index, as you can see over, it is red. What does that mean is that Pakistan comes in about top 10 climate vulnerable countries. And if you look at Pakistan's natural resources, one of the most important natural resource is water. Pakistan is a very much water stressed country where per capita water availability is one of the lowest in the world. So we are competing, not competing, we are in the line of the people who are living in Africa from natural climate point of view. So Pakistan is at the risk of climate change and climate vulnerable quite strongly at that point. So when we look at materials flow, so our topic here today is only textiles. So when I look at the materials flow, let's say in 2015 from textiles point of view, you can see that 97% of the feedstock is virgin feedstock. That is plastics, cotton, and other. So 97% of the feedstock is virgin. And Pakistan produces a lots of textiles in here, lots of textile. What does that mean is that we are using our natural resources quite a lot in Pakistan. And what happens when this virgin feedstock, these natural resources are used in terms of fashion products or textile or battle linen or whatsoever, 73% of these, they go into landfill or incineration. So you can see that there is not a circular loop in here. We are using the virgin feedstock either in Pakistan or Indonesia or Malaysia or other countries who produce this, and then it goes for the landfilling or incineration for these countries. So what is the dilemma here? You would be surprised to know the statistics about this. For 80% of the primary raw materials used in Europe, or 92% of the water use, 93% of the land use, and 76% of the greenhouse gas emissions, whatever comes to Europe or advanced countries, it comes from the developing countries. So if one pair of jeans is produced in Pakistan or Indonesia or Malaysia, Europe or other countries, they do not feel the impact because the primary material or raw material is used in Pakistan or Malaysia or Indonesia or India or Bangladesh. And 92% of the water usage is in developing countries. So what does that mean is that from environmental point of view, all of the textile products where they are used, they do not get the impact. So this is the dilemma for textile producing nations like Pakistan. If we do not produce textiles, we cannot get our GDP, we cannot feed our people. If we do that, then there is a big climate impact on these nations. So what is textile circular economy? What we are suggesting here is that what if we use the feedstock from developing nations, and what if we bring that sector into circular economy model or a sustainable economy model? For example, if we have high quality and affordable products and we run those machines or processes on renewable and sustainable energy systems, and here is one of the most important part, it reflects truly the environmental cost as well. For example, if the industries in Pakistan, they are running some of the dyeing processes on water, and they are pumping water out of ground in millions of liters every day. They are not paying any cost for that. And they are throwing millions of liters of wastewater which has dyes or which has other contaminants. It goes into the drainage and they do not pay anything for that. So what does that mean is that if you include the cost of water usage and water treatment, for example, the true cost for pair of a jeans, what I get in Primark, let's say 10 pounds, it will be about 50 pounds. So we need to think about from environmental cost point of view. And this is distributive as design, and this regenerates the natural systems. As a nations, like all the developing nations, we should be thinking about regeneration of our natural resources, not just using them again and again and again. So until we finish that, and the climate impacts become bigger in next 50 years. Okay, so what are the barriers to go in that direction? First of all, we lack technological development. We need technology because whatever an industrialist or textile producer does, all the processes are to get the benefits in terms of financial benefits or other benefits. So we want to get profits. And if there is technology development which can help people working in textile businesses, it could be really useful. And that is where such kind of conferences or forums where we're discussing now become very important. So then there are not so many commercially viable recycling options. Then there is blending of low quality materials. For example, there is lots of blending, sometimes very good cotton with polyesters or some other low quality materials. And the recovery processes are quite costly. So we need to work on these barriers. Out of these, there is one more thing: lack of traceability in the global waste chain. What if one thing is produced in Pakistan and it ends up in Newcastle in UK? What is the traceability for that? So that every point is known that where it was produced and where it is consumed, and what happened once it is consumed. Did it go to a landfill? Did it go for incineration? What happened to that? Each product should be having a traceability for its origin and its end. So that is another thing which is, a barrier against the recycling or the circular economy for textiles. So what we can do, first of all, we need to be aware of that what is happening. The communication and collaboration between the nations, between the people of those countries, that this is a problem and we need to work on that. And then within the industries, we need to educate teams to think circularity, develop systems, and use technology. So this is a really good forum. For example, if people from Pakistan, UK, Indonesia, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, or other countries, they become aware that this is very, very important, then let's develop some sort of technologies that we work to track the materials origins, and also develop technologies that where we can reuse the materials instead of using virgin feedstocks. So this is important, and there must be some collaboration among the nations. Okay, how can we do that? So for example, in Pakistan, if we want to promote textile circular economy, there are many avenues that we can work. For example, chemical management. Let's say if I am dyeing, let's say a pair of jeans. What if I reduce the amount of chemicals and I get the same products or same kind of dyeing efficiency? What if I use less resources? What if my buildings are green, they use less energy? What if I monitor and use less water? And similarly, energy efficiency, what if my energy is green energy, and also empower workers? So all of this, if you can see that in this process, businesses, policymakers, global partners, workers, consumer, and academia, they will have to come together, that this is a burning question, this is a burning challenge for us. We need to work on that. So for this, we have supported some of our taxonomy projects with support of British Council. One of the projects we are running is that we want to reduce energy, water, and chemicals in continuous dyeing industries in Pakistan. And this has been led by Dr. Hamad Majid and in UMT in Pakistan, and Dr. Fadi Kavish in Edinburgh Napier University in UK. The overall aim is that we want to reduce the use of water, energy in the dyeing processes, and both of these investigators are working really greatly in terms of making the technological developments in continuous dyeing process. So this is the first project we are supporting from taxonomy point of view. Then there is another thing we are supporting that is led by Dr. Gibran Khalid at Northumbria University and Dr. Tanveer Imperial College, London, and Adnan Makbul at UT Lahore. What we want to do is that we want to produce for smart textiles. One of the area is development of smart wound dressing. For example, if there is wound on the skin, what if we have a patch which smartly provides the healing processes for that wound instead of using it again and again? But if there are some chemicals needed, it smartly produces, and there is monitoring processes. So more on the smart textiles this project is running. Then Pakistan produces lots of denim, lots of jeans, and lots of denim products. What if we recycle the denim product, the waste of or the rejection of denim products, and then make value-added products from there? For example, for this one. And also the rejection from those value-added products, we recycle them chemically. And this process project is led by Dr. Avaz Golra at NUST in Pakistan, Dr. Edward in Manchester Metropolitan University, UK, and other partners. So this is the third project we are supporting. Another project is that what if you have waste from textile sector and it is a mixed waste? What if you can use that waste to produce value-added product and also fuels from that? So that is the energy from waste theme. It is led by Dr. Inish and Dr. Anam Munawar at Kashi University in Pakistan. The fifth one, so that is use of artificial intelligence. So what if, for example, Pakistan is a cotton growing country, And cotton uses lots of water for the crop, So what if each cotton plant is treated as individual? What if it needs water, fertilizer, pesticide, and we give the pesticide, water, and fertilizer according to the needs of the plant, not like throwing like our farmers, they give water to the plants not on the basis of the individual plant needs, but that's a kind of carpet irrigation. You irrigate without thinking about the needs of the plants. Similarly, use of pesticides, similarly used of fertilizers. So what if we have the data for each plant, we do the imaging of the plants and do the artificial intelligence process to find out the needs of each plant. So this project is led by Dr. Asiya Khan at the University of Plymouth with help of Dr. Salman Qadri and others at Muhammad Nawaz Sharif University in Multan. So this is one of uh, the projects, 5 projects we are supporting from Taxonomy platform. Taxonomy platform has a global outlook as well. So for example, Textile Circularity Center, one of the biggest center in UK, has been funded about 5.4 million pounds, and they are working at different strands. There is a big project going on in Bangladesh that is several million pounds of project in Bangladesh and also in Europe. So what we think is that in Pakistan, there is a big potential and there is a big opportunity that Pakistan, with help of other nations, can become a champion in textile circular economy in the region of obviously beyond. So this is a good forum. If some of our colleagues in this forum, they think that there are opportunities in their perspective countries, we can discuss and become partners in that textile circular economy model. So these are some of our partners for taxonomy, where some of the policymakers, universities, industries, and what we are trying to do is that at the end of the day, we want to work for our people either in Pakistan, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in India, Bangladesh, wherever, or Thailand. So we want the sustainability of our people, and as academics, it is of our duty that we work on those lines. I really thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to take those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shahid Rasul from United Kingdom, and very nice presentation on taxonomy. And it was very interactive presentation, and you have a strong collaboration with the Pakistan universities. And inshallah, hope you will collaborate with Mehran University and with me, inshallah, for the future projects.
Sure.
We can jointly work on projects. So now I would like to present you a certificate of appreciation. On the behalf of conference chair, I, Dr. Sajjad Ali, would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Shahid Rasul from United Kingdom for his participation as a keynote speaker in second international multidisciplinary digital conference on social engineering and environmental issues of the global world, organized by ICE Student Chapter, Department of Civil Engineering, Mehran University of Engineering and Technology, Shahid Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur, Miras. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your precious time and very nice presentation.
Thank you so much for inviting me for the conference. Looking forward to collaborate with you.
Thank you. Now I would like to request Alok, please invite another keynote speaker from Indonesia. Alok. Please invite another keynote speaker. Okay, now I would like to invite another keynote speaker from Indonesia, Professor Dr. Asif Safiuddin. Welcome, Prof, for your participation as a keynote speaker. So you may please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arshad. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
First of all, I would like to thank to the Vice Chancellor of MUET in Pakistan, Professor Abdul Sani Kursi, and also Dr. Jun Kuncoro from the Consulate General of Indonesia in Karachi.
You are welcome, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Kuncoro. Terima kasih. I am very delighted to be invited here as a keynote speaker in the second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference. I believe we understand that we are now facing a very complex situations due to many accumulative social, economic, and environment pressure from years to years, as perhaps we already understand from the previous talk on the issue of environment, as well as the waste and making our world become very dirty, and many problems on environments. In this, beside that, we now face what we call VUCA, the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, which is strengthened by COVID-19. So we have already faced this COVID-19 since about 2 years ago, affect on our health, our economy, and our education. But in the same time, the COVID-19 produce some creativities, including the creativities in education, in seminar like we have now. We may still continue this international conference, although we are not in the same place. Could be next year we have the hybrid approach. Some people in, say, Karachi or in Islamabad or in Jakarta or in Kuala Lumpur, and in the same time, some people in the screen. In relation to the multidisciplinary digital conference, we understand that almost no problems that are faced by single discipline or monodiscipline. We need the approach of multidiscipline and transdiscipline to face these complex situations from various sides. We as scholars for sure have to open the mind of students that multidiscipline is getting important. Transdiscipline is necessity, cannot be avoided. Me, as a rector of Al-Azhar Indonesia University, provide some ecosystem for our students to understand well on the importance of innovations, collaborations, and entrepreneurship. The entrepreneurship now is getting strengthened by new approach that perhaps for us, the old-fashioned is a bit strange. Many students now create some applications, the apps using artificial intelligence and using cloud system and also many digital technology such as marketplace, Go Grab, virtual money, which was not found in my generation, previous generations. But we have to face that kind of creativities. Therefore, the educators should change their mind to be more alert, to be more agile in terms of providing education to the student. Now the student also call learners. So no more students, they become learners. And the learners, not only for the student, but also for us as the educators. So everybody is now are the learners. So the interchange between student and professor is learner and the learners. So the way of education now is changed from deductive approach, theoretical approach into more student-centered and problem-based learning. The ladies and gentlemen, for the moment, I am very happy that University of Al-Azhar Indonesia has collaboration with the Embassy of Pakistan in Jakarta to build a mini corner called Professor Muhammad Iqbal Corner, which was already launched 2 months ago. So we put that Muhammad Iqbal Corner in Department of International Relations and in the library. But it's not enough. We need to have more collaboration with other countries and other universities all over the world, including in the Pakistan, India, UK, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and amongst the university in Indonesia itself. I am so happy actually that our government already launched the very good program, what we call freedom of learning. So in the freedom of learning, we have a program we call Indonesia International Student Mobility. So our student now about 2,000 up to 3,000 went to all over the world. It could be some of them in Pakistani universities. We would like to also inform that University of Al-Azhar Indonesia would like to invite some faculties exchange from other countries and student exchange. So our student may learn other countries' culture. In the same time, your student may learn Indonesian culture. So we finally understand each other to face the complex situation that may be faced together. Otherwise, we do not understand and we may have some misperception. So please come to our countries and having collaborations amongst universities for our future generation. Especially the students have to understand other cultures. For the moment, we have collaboration with Chinese university, especially we have the Confucius Institute that we have about 7 professors from Fujian Normal University come to my campus every year. But since 2020, they couldn't come to my country because of COVID conditions, but we have long distance education. And also we have some collaboration with Egyptian university, Taiwanese universities, Malaysian. Some of my students also in Islamabad provided the fellowship from the Pakistani embassies, but we need to be more and more and more again. And also we need some students come to Indonesia, especially to my campus. And then finally, I would like to thank again to the organizing committee, to Pak Kuncoro, who invited me for this, the second international multidisciplinary digital conference. I am very thankful Pak Jun Kuncoro atas undangannya, and Sukran to the organization committee. I'm sorry I am not providing some slide.
It's okay.
But next time I will have some information on my campuses, also about the international student mobility for having credit from other university.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Waalaikumsalam and sama-sama. Now I would like to request Alok to please present a certificate of appreciation to our worthy keynote speaker.
All right. This certificate appreciation proudly presented to Professor Dr. Insinyur Asep Saifuddin from Universitas Al-Azhar Indonesia in your recognition of your contribution in keynote speaker in second international multidisciplinary digital conference in 2021. Once again, thank you very much, Professor Asep.
Thank you, Ibu Elok. Salam untuk Ibu Yayu from Naratoma.
Baik, Bapak, nanti saya sampaikan.
Terima kasih. Thank you.
Alok, please call our another keynote speaker from Indonesia.
All right. I will call for the next keynote speaker. We will invite Dr. Indra Kusumawardana from Universitas Pertamina Indonesia. Bapak Indra, are you with us right now?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Elok Damayanti, as the MC for introducing me, for calling me. Yeah.
Okay, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Do my voice already clear enough?
Yes, Prof. It's okay. You may proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all distinguished participants. My name is Indra Kusuma Wardana. I am a lecturer in international relations at Pertamina University, Indonesia. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much to IMDC committee for the opportunity to share my research interests with all the participants, especially Dr. Sajat Alimangi, our conference chair. I would like to say congratulations for your promotions to associate professor. It's very great achievement, sir. And also, I would like to greet and say thank you to my really good friends, Dr. Jun Kunchoro Hadiningrat, the Indonesian Consul General for Karachi, Pakistan. Hello,
Pak
sir.
Indra. Sama-sama.
Ya, semoga Pak Jun sehat selalu di Pakistan.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support. And also, all the participants that are join the great international conference. I hope today I can share something useful for the academic milieu, just a little bit to develop our understanding about knowledge. And today I would like to talk about Indonesia and the maritime security in Indo-Pacific with a specific study case, illegal fishing. And before I jump into my research interest, I would like to introduce my institutions. I came from Universitas Pertamina in Indonesia. We are a private university under state-owned enterprise in the Indonesia, Pertamina, PT Pertamina Persero. And we specifically focus on science and technology, also social science in terms of energy sector, because our parents, PT Pertamina Persero, is energy company in Indonesia, the biggest energy company in Indonesia. And in Universitas Pertamina, besides I'm a head of Department of International Relations, I also the director of Center for ASEAN Research on Energy, or the abbreviation is CARE, Universitas Pertamina. We are a provisional scientific institutions under Universitas Pertamina, supported by the expert, creativity, and thought who join it. And toward this background, CARE essentially carrying out intellectual activity that are genuinely social obligations relating to national energy issues and strategic studies. It means, yeah, we do so many research and strategic studies, both by a project or just for the development of research itself. Okay. My presentation today is based on my new book, even though it is in Indonesia, but I freely translated for you. The title is Navigating the Turbulent Oceans, Indonesia and Illegal Fishing in Southeast Asia. And I hope I can seize the time effectively and efficiently to present my research interest. As we know, today we deal with a very interesting development regarding about the interpretation and understanding of the world, especially in terms of global politics, regarding the geographical interpretations of the two oceans, the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Oceans, that lately we know it as Indo-Pacific. The Indo-Pacific, sometimes known as the Indo-West Pacific or Indo-Pacific Asia, and geographically, it is a biogeographic region of Earth seas comprising the tropical waters of the Indian Ocean and the Western and Central Pacific Ocean, and the seas connecting the two in the general area of Indonesia. And we know in the news, in many news, and also many international articles, scientifically, academically, that United States approach to Asia will always significant, even though some scholars say that it is over militarized. For instance, President Barack Obama and Donald Trump both sought to shore up what remained of U.S. hegemony in the region. The former with his signature, Obama with the pivot to Asia, and the latter, Donald Trump, President Trump, with his objective of free and open Indo-Pacific, or we abbreviated into FOIP. Both initiatives saw a threat in one country growing wealth. It is China. Political influence as well and military power that really significant in the past decade. And both came to be associated almost entirely with Pentagon pronouncement and efforts to preserve US military superiority in many areas in this world. And I can see that based on my understanding regarding American foreign policy after President Joe Biden came to office, is trying to continuing these military first traditions in Asia. For instance, in a bid to counter China's rapid naval modernizations, USA under the Biden administration has embarked on an ambitious set of defense initiatives in what it now calls the Indo-Pacific Free and Open Indo-Pacific Strategy. They also encourage Japan to develop hypersonic weapons and extend the range of its anti-ship cruise missiles, other autonomous long-range missiles. It has pushed for 2.6 billion in new arms sales to the Philippines on top of 2.4 billion in sales since 2016, based on the data of Foreign Affairs. They also agreed to transfer cruise missiles to Australia to support Australia's acquisition of nuclear power submarines as part of a three-way defense technology pact with Australia and the United Kingdom known as AUKUS. And they also announced plans to expand the US military presence across Oceania, including with a new base in Federated State of Micronesia, presence in Guam, Papua New Guinea. Overall, the Indo-Pacific is something really important strategically, both geopolitically and geoeconomic, because there are so many actors involved in the dynamic of Indo-Pacific as the interregions, the confluence of the ocean, the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean. Meanwhile, our country, Indonesia is the world's largest archipelagic state, gentlemen, with at least 14,000 islands, nearly 8 million square kilometers of sea area. Yeah, and the second longest coastline. We are the second longest coastal state in the world. And in terms of that, in the context of Indo-Pacific, we are right in the middle of the confluence of the two oceans. And this importance of Indonesia's geopolitical position is also reflected in the government's maritime strategic thinking, whereas since 2014, our President Joko Widodo's launch of the GMF concept into or the Global Maritime Fulcrum, developed as the guideline on policy priorities for maritime security and economy. And the GMF.
Doctor, can you please check your mic? You are not audible.
My voice is clear enough? 1, 2, 3.
Yes,
Hello?
your voice is okay.
Suara saya terdengar, Bu?
Ya, terdengar. Terdengar jelas.
So In short, from maritime geopolitical perspective, Indonesia is right at the middle of the confluence of two oceans, Indian Ocean and Pacific Oceans. And to answer this challenge, Indonesian President Mr. Joko Widodo, we pursue the agenda of Global Maritime Fulcrum, or GMF, we abbreviate it, as our guidance for domestic and foreign policy guidance, to navigate the turbulent oceans. And understanding the dynamic of maritime security is very critical things for Indonesia's strategic thinker and policymaker, because we are navigating in the turbulent oceans where so many great power compete to build their sphere of influence in the two oceans, especially to secure resilience of communication, slot here, natural resources, and managing the distribution of power among actors. And that's why Indonesia should have a clear perspective to manage to sail in the turbulent oceans between the Pacific and Indian Oceans. At least we have to develop our interpretations not based on the great power competitions, but based on our own understanding about the situations. Yeah, in terms of that, academically, I can propose one theory to understand that I quoted from Bueger, whereas maritime security is a very complex phenomenon that correlates safety at sea, blue economy, sea power, and resilience. And it is beyond interstate dispute, shortly, because we can see maritime security threats based on the traditional approach, whereas there is hard power in that things. The issue is about the interstate military power, and also non-traditional approach, where the issue is more varied, because we can see in terms of non-traditional approach, we also deal with illegal fishing, we also deal with piracy, we also deal with human trafficking at sea, and etc., etc., etc. In that things, we can separate maritime security threats based on how we approach the issue, whether it is traditional or non-traditional. In terms of traditional maritime security threats, Indonesia is dealing with a situation very complex, because just near from our territorial waters, there's a long and winding road of territorial dispute, which is South China Sea dispute, territorial dispute. Whereas there is this, Beijing continues its military build-up and has doubled down on maritime claims that fly in the face of international law. Navies from within and outside the region have responded to this aggressive posturing by undertaking more operations, including exercise, intelligence gathering, and passage through contested waters, aimed at maintaining freedom of navigation in the air, especially led by United States for balancing the situation. In terms of that, United States also face a conundrum when it comes to South China Sea, because China is radically changing a status quo in the sea is in its favor, but since 2016, the Southeast Asian states whose legal rights are being trampled by have been reluctant to push back firmly against Beijing. The United States and like-minded countries cannot alter China's behavior at sea without the active participation of these regional claimants. And the source of, if we see this data, we can see that there is an imbalanced military capacity between Southeast Asian countries with China, and it is so vast discrepancy. This is the data from CIPRI. And from this data, we can see that the situation of the influence of great power outside the region of South China Sea is unavoidable because there's a military imbalances. And that's the situation when it comes to the South China Sea dispute that Indonesia should deal with, whether we like it or not, whether we are even though we already stated that we are a non-claimant state, we are consistent with that position, but it is near from our territorial waters. Said that, also we deal with maritime security threats that we can see from non-traditional approach, just like this data. Most area in Indonesia is waters, archipelago stretching from Sabang to Merauke consists of waters. And based on the data of Maritime Fishery Ministry, and the total area of Indonesia are 8.3 million square kilometers, very big. And from this geographical fact, it's supposed to Indonesia can get an abundant benefit from the sea. But too bad, the reality is not that way. Maritime situation in Indonesia has to cope with various challenges, especially exploitative behavior, both from domestic and also from foreign fishermen. And based on our interview with so many officials, so many actors in Indonesia, official actors in Indonesia, for instance, the Indonesian Navy, the Satgas 115, and under the Ministry of Marine and Fisheries Affairs, and Maritime Security Agency, or we call it Bakamla, and the Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal, and Security Affairs. There's a common perceived threats when it comes to non-traditional approach. One of the biggest threat they told me is illegal fishing. Whereas from this data, it shows that illegal fishing represent around 21% dominant maritime security threats in Indonesia. But if we make it based on numbers, the number one is IUU fishing, number two, piracy and armed robbery, number three, smuggling and trafficking of persons. And this is my research interest, where since 2015 and 2019, I've been doing research around the Natuna Islands. Indonesian waters are directly adjacent to the South China Sea, and the most case of illegal fishing, and whereby I speak with so many actors in that area. Also, I talk with so many strategic and policymakers in Indonesia to develop this research. And by data, this is the data. Yeah, it is affirmatively the Natuna territory in here is one of the biggest location for illegal fishing in Indonesia. It represents 111 case that spotted. And this is the map that I got from my research. Also, this is the fishing vessel arrested by the Indonesian Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fishery until 2019 September, whereas the most foreign vessels that caught by the Indonesian government is from Vietnam, and then the second one is from Indonesia itself. Whereby totally, based on the Indonesian Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fishery, we catch 603 fishing vessels that carry out illegal fishing practice in Indonesia waters.
Doctor, can you please conclude as soon as possible? We have last speaker.
Okay, thank you. This is, and also we spotted in our finding that the illegal fishing there's a relations about socioeconomic context as well, especially lack of educations and fisheries industry. And that's the reason why in our recommendation, we recommend in our research that Indonesia should strengthen our maritime diplomacy, especially strengthen UN fish stock following UN fish stock agreement, actively developing international plan of action to prevent, deter, and eliminate illegal and unreported illegal fishing, and then strengthen the three border maritime cooperations between Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines, and also recap. Besides that, we also strengthen our social empowerment to increase our education access, especially in the coastal community, increasing technological access, empowering women in coastal community as well. That's our recommendation based on our finding in our research. And number 4, empowering socioeconomic capacity in the coastal community. At least that is the four recommendations that I, as an academic and researcher, could give based on my research finding regarding Indonesia maritime security related to maritime security in South China Sea and Indo-Pacific when it comes to illegal fishing. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Dr. Sajatma. And ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now I would like to request Alok, please present a certificate of appreciation. Alok, please present certificate of appreciation.
Sorry, I have a technical problem. So, okay, it's back.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I will give the presentation, the certificate. This is,
thank you very much.
Yeah, certificate of appreciation to properly presented to Dr. Indra Sumodana. In your recognition, in your contribution as a keynote speaker in a second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference 2021. Once again, thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Indra.
Thank you very much, Madam Alok.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your precious time.
Yeah.
Now, I would like to request our last keynote speaker from United Kingdom, Dr. Andros. Dr. Andros, please welcome. And sorry for inconvenience. We have a little bit change in the schedule. So now I would like to request our last keynote speaker, Dr. Andros.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your introduction and good to see you. I would like first of all to thank Dr. Sayad for his kind invitation, and I will start straight away with my presentation. So welcome everyone, and I will start with my topic, which is actually on the repair and strengthening of existing structures using novel construction materials. A few things about me. I'm currently a principal lecturer in civil engineering at the University of Brighton in the UK. My expertise is on new materials, novel types of concrete, and on the repair and strengthening of existing structures. I was the research group leader for the Sustainability and Resilience Engineering and Enterprise group at the University of Brighton. I'm involved in various international working groups. I'm chairing 2 IAPSE task groups. So this is International Association of Bridge and Structural Engineering Task Group 1.1 and 5.5, which are on the improvement of the resilience of reinforced concrete structures and on the strengthening of masonry structures. I have been also in the past the chair of the IAPSE Outstanding Paper Award Committee, which gives the best paper awards. I have, for the Structural Engineering International Channel of IAPSE, I have been involved in various task groups of the FIB, And I have also been a member of the UK Bureau Group for Eurocode Part 3. And I will now move to the main part of my presentations. We know that the majority of the existing buildings, the majority of the existing reinforced concrete structures need to be strengthened or repaired, either because they have been designed with old code provisions or because there are mistakes, there are errors in the way they have been designed or they have been constructed, or because the materials are sometimes have poor mechanical characteristics, and therefore we need to strengthen most of the existing buildings. And in this case, we know many of the traditional techniques, so we know how there is a lot of different methods. The traditional ones are mostly the use of reinforced concrete and not conventional type of concrete elements in connection with the existing structure, so as to improve the characteristics of the elements of the existing structures. And in this case, when we add a concrete layer or a concrete jacket in connection to an existing structural element, it is important to make sure that the new with the old structural elements will work together. Otherwise, you may end up with failures like the ones you can see in this slide. So we have done a lot of research on how to connect well the two parts, the new with the old concrete. There are measures now that we know we should use, such as the roughening at the interface, the use of mechanical connectors, dowels between the old and the new concrete, or even the connection of the old with the new reinforcement with bend down bars. We have done a lot of work, numerical, finite element analysis for the modeling of these types of structures, and we have also done experimental work, and we have used additional data to validate our models and make sure our models are accurate. And we have done a lot of work on this topic. What I want to mention is that it is important to consider when you deal with these elements, the interface, the connection between the old and the new concrete. And this needs to be done because there may be some slip between the old and the new concrete, which may affect the structural behavior. So as we see here, the black line is the one where we assume perfect connection between the old and the new concrete. The red one is when we have the presence of the interface in the simulations, which actually drops a little bit the structural behavior, but the concrete shrinkage is quite important too. So when the new concrete tends to shrink, then this has some detrimental effect on the structural performance. And it is important to consider those when you do the modeling of strengthened elements. We have validated our models with various experimental data, and then we have also used some of these parametric studies to derive some monolithicity coefficient values, as we call, for the design of strengthened elements. But after that, we decided to move forward with the strengthening using new materials. So a lot of different new materials have been developed in the last few years. And what we have done is, first of all, we have worked on the development of these materials, but also we have applied this for the strengthening of existing structures. So we have worked extensively on the development and application of ultra high performance fiber reinforced concrete, geopolymer cement free fiber reinforced concrete, and composites using nanoparticles. And apart from the development of the material, we have then used this for the strengthening of the existing elements. So we have materials such as the ultra high performance fiber reinforced concrete. Probably some of you know, are aware of this, some not. So it's practically material with very high mechanical performance. The mixed design is somehow different to the conventional concrete. So we do not use coarse aggregates. We have very fine materials, silica sand. We have a high percentage of cement and slag. a low water cement ratio, we add super plasticizer in order to achieve the required workability. And it is essential to use also a high percentage of steel fibers. So, I mean, it could be 2, 3, or even 6% of the volume of the mix. And you end up with mechanical performance, which can be 5 or 10 times higher than conventional concrete. So the compressive strength can be in the range of 150 to 200 megapascals, or you can also, and you could get also very, very high tensile strength characteristics. So could be a tensile strength of 10 megapascals or so. All these depend on the mix. We have done a lot of work to optimize and get the properties we need. So we have done a lot of work on material level. So we have tried to optimize the mix using different percentages, different curing conditions, different types of cement. And we have also examined the performance of these materials under cyclic loading, and we have also developed models to predict the behavior of these materials under cyclic loading. Then we have done also a lot of work on the use of geopolymer, fiber reinforced concrete. So we know that we want to reduce CO2 emissions, carbon dioxide emissions, and we know that cement is responsible for a high amount of these carbon dioxide emissions. So our target was to replace cement with waste materials, and this is what we do here for the geopolymer concrete. So we totally replacement of cement. We use waste materials, so we use PFA or GGPS. We need to use some activators too in order to do the reaction, and we have sand or aggregates. So actually, we have a lot of benefits in terms of for the reduction of CO2 emissions. Is an environmental friendly material. We have done a lot of work on how also to work with these materials for in situ applications, but also how to improve the mechanical characteristics with the use of fibers. So we have examined a lot of different types of fibers, and we have examined also which one works better in terms of bond, and then how they affect the ductility and so on. So we have developed materials which can have quite good mechanical characteristics, good compressive strength, but also good energy absorption and good tensile stress strain characteristics. And we have also worked in a similar way with the use of carbon nanofibers and nano additives. So in this case, it is important to work on the dispersion of these fibers. They are very fine, so there are different ways of doing the dispersion of nano suspension with water, and then how to pour this into the concrete in order to make sure that there is a good distribution of the fibers in the mix. And this can work in order to address micro cracks, so cracks at a small micro level, and also to reduce shrinkage. So with the use of these materials, we can reduce shrinkage and we can increase the cracking resistance. And therefore, we can also improve the durability. So we have used all these materials to work on the strengthening of existing structures, and we have found that we can significantly enhance the structural performance, but also at the same time to improve the durability. I have an example here of the use of fiber reinforced geopolymer concrete. So first of all, we worked on the optimization of the material. So we used PVA fibers in the geopolymer mix. We did a lot of testing at the material level to find the good characteristics for the geopolymer, and then we applied these materials as a repair and as a strengthening material, as a strengthening layer. So you can see here in this in this slide, we have removed the concrete cover from the initial beams, and we have used geopolymer concrete as a repair material. And we have also done another project where we use the geopolymer concrete as an additional layer. What we have also done is we have done the accelerated corrosion, so the induced current method to simulate a kind of accelerated corrosion in the steel bars of the initial beams. And we have done this using conventional concrete, and we did the same using geopolymer fiber reinforced concrete. And in the case of beams with conventional concrete, as we see here, we have the beams without corrosion, the same beams where we impose the corrosion, and then we did the flexural testing. When we use normal concrete as a layer, as an extra layer, we saw that the effect of corrosion is quite important. So what you see on the graph here is we have the low deflection, so the performance of the beams. The black line is the one without the corrosion, while when we have the case with a corroded reinforcement, the structural performance is much reduced. So the beams are deteriorated because there is a loss in the mass of the steel bars due to the corrosion. While when we repeated the same work using PVA fiber reinforced geopolymer concrete, we found that the effect of the corrosion is much less, so it's negligible. And actually this proves that the PVA fiber reinforced geopolymer concrete can protect our reinforcement from the corrosion, while at the same time can improve the structural performance. So as you see in the graph here on the bottom of this slide, we have the gray and the blue lines, the curves, which have pretty much the same performance, which shows that even if we apply the corrosion, the geopolymer concrete actually manages to protect the reinforcement. And therefore, this is quite promising, because this shows that the use of these materials can also improve durability in addition to the structural performance. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. I would like to thank you very much for your attention. And I don't know if there are any questions or if there is time for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Andros, for your very nice presentation on very nice topic regarding the civil and structural engineering. Now I would like to present a certificate of appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alok, kindly share the certificate. I, Dr. Sajad Ali, on the behalf of ICE student chapter and on the behalf of conference chair, I would proudly present a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Andros from United Kingdom for his participation as a keynote speaker in second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference on Social, Engineering and Environmental Issues of the Global World, organized by ICE Student Chapter, Department of Civil Engineering, Mehran University of Engineering and Technology, Shahid Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur, Miras. Thank you, Dr. Andros, for your precious time and very nice presentation.
Thank you very much for your invitation, Dr. Sayad, and all the best for the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Today, our session has completed. Now, I would like to request worthy Consulate General, Dr. June Conchero, to please conclude today's session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sajad. All distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, all wonderful participation. This is really indeed a privilege to enjoy all the brilliant presentation and all fruitful discussion. From morning to this time, I would like to first and foremost to congratulate to the committee for being able to make this presentation and the whole conference very beneficial to all of us. And second, I would like to note the presentation of colleagues from Indonesia, professor and all colleagues. And I hope this is not the beginning, Dr. Sajat. I hope that next time there are more and more speakers coming from this session, because this is very important session. I found at least 9 countries in this international conference. And for this point, I'm very privileged to have a colleague from Pakistan University that being able to bring all the participants here. And I'm serving this for some years here. So I will encourage all the cooperation and also collaboration. And through digital platform, actually, we have a benefit. We can do anything through this platform, and while doing anything. Am I right, Dr. Sajat? And also a colleague from Narotama, Ibu Alok. Thank you for co-sponsor for this program. And I hope more and more people will contribute for this. And then I hope that there will be a publication, Dr. Siddharth, that will be beneficial to all the university here. And to end, I just want to once again to appreciate your significant contribution for the seminar. And I believe that will be another day for discussing, for deliberation of these very important topics. And as the diplomat and consul general, I would like to underline the importance of having a forum for exchange the ideas and also networking. This is not the beginning. This is will be continue another process. And once again, I would like to congratulate to Mehran University of Engineering Technology, MUET, in Syed Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Shah campus in Kayapur. I personally have been there and very impressed to see how dedicated and how very active all the faculty member, things that we can learn from your university, and also how academic life is nourished very, very well. So from Karachi, I would like to congratulate all the participants and committee for this session. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih, buat syukriya.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will give back to Dr. Sajat Mami. I think Dr. Sajat Mami is have a trouble for the connection.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Sajat?
Yes. Are you there?
Yes, yes.
Dr. Conchoro completed?
Yes, Dr. Conchoro is already completed. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Conchoro and your team and the professors and keynote speakers from our lovely brother partner, Indonesia. And now I would like to thanks all the participants on the behalf of conference chair. I would like to thank all the participants today. They spent very much time today with us. And inshallah, we will have another session tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pakistani time. And tomorrow we have the keynote speakers as well as we have student presenters tomorrow. Thank you very much. Okay, well, formally we close today's session.
Thank you, Dr. Sajat.
Thank you. So I leave.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for all the participants.
A special thanks to Alok from Indonesia for her cooperation and support, technical support.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Alok. See you tomorrow again.
You're welcome, Dr. Sajat. See you tomorrow.